I know you know him. It's just a rhetorical question.
What about him?
He just phoned.
So?
He's got a guy down there.
Who?
Claims to be from Mars.
Is he drunk or raving or both?
Bonnie doesn't know. But he said there might be a gag story if you want to come over and talk to the guy.
Drinks on the expense account?
Here.
You got a deal. There wasn't a Trib reporter who didn't know Barney well enough to borrow money from him. I made for the bar like a St. Bernard makes for a fallen traveler and ordered a quick one with water on the side. Keep the bottle handy, Barney. Which one is the Martian?
You see the tall, dismal-looking guy sitting alone there in the booth?
Over there?
That's him.
What's his story?
Well, he says he just got in from Mars 2 hours ago, and he's trying to figure it out. He claims he's the last living Martian.
Mm-hmm. Does he know I'm a reporter?
Huh. But he'd talk to anybody who'll listen to him.
What's his name?
He says it's Yangan Dao.
I'll talk to him.
Listen, Bill.
Yeah.
Don't get him violent or anything, huh? I don't want no trouble in my place.
Oh, now don't worry, Barney. Look, dish up 2 beers for us, and I'll take them over with me. Barney drew 2 beers and cut off the heads. He rang up 60 cents, gave me my change, and I went over to the Martian. Mr. Dow?
Yes?
You mind if I sit down?
Help yourself. It's a free country.
I brought you beer. Barney, the bartender, told me something about your problem.
Oh? Thanks for the beer.
Drink up.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you think I'm out of my mind, but... Well, maybe you'll be right. The bartender probably thinks I've flipped my lid. Listen, are you a doctor?
Nope.
Do you think I'm insane?
I'm not a doctor, and I haven't even heard your story yet. How can I tell?
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything that happened.
Hey,
You tell me if you
Hebone.
think I'm all right.
Hope you're doing well.
2 hours ago, I was on Mars.
2 hours. How did you get here?
I don't know.
Hope you're doing
It's
great
a horrible thing.
so far.
All I know is that
Hope you can hear me just fine.
All of them?
That's all I ever
I
ask is
saw
to be
them.
heard just a little bit
I saw
fine.
their bodies in the street. It was awful.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you're the last one? The last Martian?
Yes.
Hope your day's been going well, and I hope you've been feeling better.
Listen, I was there. I was in this room in the city of Scar. I don't know why I was there, but I was.
Or you could
I was
also just
locked
be chilling out.
And I got
It's all
hungry.
good.
And there was nobody to bring me food.
Yeah, not
So I
bad.
worked a
Not
stone
bad.
out
Just getting
before.
ready for work. So
started
won't be
digging.
here for too long.
It
How are
took
you
3
today?
days.
I'm
got out
good.
and
I'm
reached the
just
street.
trying to finish my art project so I can get on to working on my comic full
What
time.
did you do?
I
So
took a target.
I'm gonna
an
be
energy
doing
grenade,
that, and that's
and
gonna
blew
be
it to
too
Xandar.
much
Xandar
fun.
is the biggest city, the capital.
So I'm
Every
getting
place
done with this
it was the
project, which
Hundreds
it's
of
not gonna be too
thousands of
hard.
bodies lying in the fields, the streets.
Just finishing
as
up with this.
as if everyone had
And
died
then,
at the exact same instant. At
It'll be
Xandar,
all
in the
good.
stadium.
I'm listening.
In the stadium.
But I hope you have a good day at
There were
work. I hope you enjoy yourself, and I
100,000.
really do hope
As
you.
if-
I
as if
hope
they'd come
your
there
day
especially
only gets better
to die
and
together.
better. Heaven.
I landed my ship there.
In the stadium.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, there, in the stadium, they had built
It's
some
for
sort of
someone's
platform.
podcast banner, and
On it
I
was
just
a column made of copper.
he's like,
Copper is
draw
very
whatever.
little on Mars,
the
and there was a push
character
Where?
is
in the copper column.
Oh.
a
And there was a
bugbear,
Martian in a
and I
blue
was
robe,
like,
a
okay,
priest.
all right.
Right
And he
under
told
the
me the
button.
name of his
as
podcast,
though
which
he
is
pushed
Cavern
the
Corner.
button.
And I was
That
like, okay,
everybody else
what's the podcast about? He's like, video games and everything else. I was like, that's very vague. So
And
you
then?
know what? Fuck it.
And then
I'll draw whatever I
was on a
want.
Madison Avenue
He's
bus.
like, that's cool, man. You
Riding
don't
to work.
have to. And I was like, you know
Here
what?
in
You're
New
right.
York.
I don't have to.
Listen, I know you
Did
don't.
it anyway.
I know it sounds as if I was stark raving
Just
mad, but
take it easy, huh? You know what I think?
I promised
You had
him I
some
would
sort
do
of
it,
terrible
and
thing.
I'm doing it.
of course I had. There were 3 million of us, all dead.
I don't mean that kind of shot.
Of course.
So,
It was a dying world anyway.
I hope you.
We didn't
I
have
don't know
more
what
than
you
2
do for a
generations
living,
left.
but I hope it's
was
nothing but
incredible.
fun
What
and
a
enjoyable.
Disease. It reduced us to 1/30th of our population in 2 centuries.
Helped my dad
These,
today, and it was
3 million,
nice.
and they
He's
died
doing
of the
good.
krill?
No. The krill kills slowly.
Bumped his
These
hip
people
real
died
bad
like
though
that.
while we were working, trying to clean up the trailer.
Why didn't they escape?
We tried to develop
The
space
trailer
travel
he
with the company.
bought, and now he is
They couldn't
going to
even reach
destroy
Deimos.
on the property
What
and
are
then
they?
put a building there.
Our moons.
Oh, I don't know too much about this stuff.
It was horrible.
I mean, I work
Can I
in
ask
customer
you a question,
service,
Mr.
so
Brown?
I know the feeling.
Well, if the Martians didn't develop space travel, how do you think you got here in New York City?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
driving me
He'll be
wild.
okay. I mean, if he
hanging
really
down with
was
the
in
Martian.
bad shape, he would have
And
gone
I'm
to the
here.
hospital.
In the body of an Earthman.
The
He would have
body
told me so.
of an Earthman?
But I just worry
Of
about
course.
him because he's 70,
Martians look exactly like
and I don't
humans.
want him to have
I'm 3 feet
bumps
tall.
and scrapes like
Weigh
that
what would
will
be
last
20
you till
pounds
you
here on Earth.
till you
I
die.
have 4 arms and 6 fingers on each hand.
Barney? Yeah? 2 more beers, huh, with whiskey chasers? Go on, Mr. Don. I don't mean to interrupt.
Which hopefully he'll be around 90, maybe, hopefully 110. That's my hope.
Thanks, Barney.
You know,
Drink up, Mr. Brown.
maybe even
Thank you.
130. That would be nice.
By the way,
Get to see him then.
who is this Earthman whose body you've got?
Its name is Howard
Yeah.
Wilcox.
Howard Wilcox. I'll just write that down. Address?
It's in the wallet.
I don't.
45.
You know, I
Denver
know
Court.
that it's not going to be forever, but
This Howard Wilcox.
do hope
whose
it
body
lasts
you were in,
longer.
Does he have a family?
It is married to a female of this species. Yes.
Well, have you been home?
No.
Then how do you know?
I have all of its memories. I can do everything it could do. I know everything it knows.
I see.
I even have its tastes.
Beer, for instance.
Yes.
You have a jar?
When days
At
dies
the Humber
with
Lamp
life.
Company, 34th Street.
Feel so bad.
No,
I should have started earlier at around 7, but I didn't.
this body.
I don't know. I just
loves
didn't
it.
feel like it. It just
let me
felt
write
like I
you.
was,
There's
know,
money in these pockets.
Okay.
It's very good of you to listen to my story.
could have been
Martin,
faster, but I
Another
didn't.
round, please.
Tell me, Mr. Dow, did you ever suspect before that you were a Martian?
Suspect.
I
am
mean,
a Martian.
I
Don't
just
you
want.
understand?
I want him to be here
I told you.
when
I
when
I
you
mean,
know
this
when I
bar
find
was
that
on
special
its way to
someone.
work. On a
I
Madison
want to be.
Avenue
I
bus,
want him to
and
be
then
there when to
I
hold
was
his.
inside it. It
you
was
know.
thirsty, so it stopped for a drink. And I thought maybe the bartender could give me some advice.
His.
So I started talking. Don't you believe me?
I don't know.
Listen,
I
Howard,
want him to be there.
usually
If
you home for dinner
maybe
by
if I
now,
have
your
kids
wife will eat
myself,
enough
I want him to be there
I'm afraid.
What's there to worry about?
to see them
Whether
grow
you're
up.
young and Dow or Howard Wilcox is a woman sitting home worrying.
I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm right.
You're very understanding.
Not at all.
You wouldn't want to come with me, would you?
Hmm?
I mean, I'm sort of afraid.
Well, it would look funny.
I could tell her you're an old school friend.
He's.
We could have dinner. And then maybe I could...
I know
get
it's
to know her.
it's kind of
You really want
childish
to
of me, but
Would you?
Let me make a phone call.
he's
for
my
you.
dad. I love him.
I rang up the Tribune and got Cargan at the city desk.
City desk, Cargan.
Hi, Bill Everett.
Did you find him?
Uh-huh.
Well,
There's something strange about this guy.
you think he's insane?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Is he or isn't he?
Well, he's got the whole story so perfectly organized, he might even convince somebody it's true. He remembers every detail.
What do you figure
I
he's
get
gonna
what you
do?
mean.
Well, I'm
I
going
was
home with him.
lucky
I'm gonna meet
my
his wife
mom
and observe them.
got some
How
time
many
with
victims
my
you
son
were?
Oh,
before
I'm
she
sober, don't
passed.
worry.
Yeah.
Me worry. Look, maybe you better come back here and I'll let Vincent
I
handle
mean,
it.
I want
that
I want
isn't
my
necessary.
mom
Just
to
let me
live
tag along.
long enough to
Okay.
see her
If you want help,
grandkids.
yell and I'll send Vincent.
I will, don't worry.
What's this guy's name?
Howard Wilcox.
Address.
45 Amber.
I mean, she's already seen my sister's already had some kids of her own,
What's that?
and now she's seen my brother's kid. But even with all she's put me through and everything like that, I want her to see mine.
Number 45 Amber Court was an apartment down in the village. We were met at the door by a pretty woman.
I know
who
it's
was a
selfish. I
black
know
man
it's
in a ponytail
stupid,
with a
but
red ribbon.
it's just
Let me handle it.
I
okay?
want her. I want
I
to
wish
see
you
that
would.
smile, that same smile I know she's gonna have when she holds
This is
the
Bill
next
Everett.
generation
I'm
in
an
her
old boyhood chum
hands.
of your husband, Mrs. Wilcox. We met, and I asked Howard to have a few drinks, and I'm afraid it's all my fault.
Bill is having dinner with us.
If it isn't too much trouble.
Well, no, of course not.
Well, that's very generous of you.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'd better start dinner. Howard,
Yes?
are you all right?
Yeah.
Why, yes. Fine.
You didn't kiss me.
Oh,
I know she'll.
Well.
I know she's proud of me. I know,
That's better.
but
It's the first time in 11 years Howard hasn't kissed
just-
me when he came home.
Well, we stopped and had a few drinks. It was all my fault, really.
Look, just make yourself comfortable. I won't be long.
to have her there would be such a
She
nice
suspects.
thing.
Of course not.
I'll have to tell her.
You want to wind up in an institution?
No, but I can't keep up this pretense.
Just set your mind to it. Now, after a while, it'll become natural. You'll forget that you ever were a Martian.
You do believe me, then, about being a Martian?
Of course.
Oh, that's good to know.
Now, look, whatever you do, don't tell your wife. It would ruin her life.
I'll try not to tell her.
Try very hard. Now, don't tell anybody.
You and the bar.
But that also means that I gotta find a wife first. You know,
You think you can carry it?
that's the most difficult
I'll
part.
try.
Good boy. I'll tell you what. If you get into any kind of
Don't
trouble,
count your
even if it's
chickens
half a
before they
clock
hatch,
somewhere,
as they say.
give me a call. Here at this number. Now, if I'm not in, you leave a message with my boss. His name is Cargan.
Cargan.
You promise?
I promise.
Fine.
It's
You're
just
very kind.
very
body-
difficult sometimes.
I
You're
mean,
like, come
I've never
on,
met anybody so kind.
come on.
Get it.
I want to get to those
You're
parts.
discussing so secretly.
Just business.
I want to
I'm
see,
sorry about
you
being
know,
late
I
here.
want
Well, you
to
might have
see
phoned.
that smile.
After
I
all,
want
you
to
were only
see
a few
the
blocks from the house. Isn't as if you were on Mars or someplace.
smile on my wife's face when we have our first. To see my wife walk down the aisle.
Dinner went pretty well. And Elaine Wilcox turned out to be an expert at shish kebab, which is one of my favorites. After
really-
dinner, I still had a couple of
I'm
hours
just-
to put in at the paper, so I went back.
I can't wait to
Right
see
away.
it. I've been there,
Well,
done that.
Well,
Is he or isn't he?
It's
he's a
one of
Martian,
those
all right.
things
No
that
question about
a lot of people are like,
Barry.
"Oh man,
I
no,
have my moments.
Would you
the
mind telling me
past
exactly where
generation
you've
got
been for
wrong."
3
It's
hours?
like, no,
And what you been doing?
I talked
True
from the young
love,
and down.
to
That's
see
his
someone
Martian
you
name.
love
Then we had
truly,
dinner at his home. Very nice.
to walk down
about
that
the story?
aisle, to
Oh,
make
Well, it seems that he was
that
locked in a
makes
room
you
with a
happy,
scar. And he got out and saw all the dead bodies of
that
the
makes
entire
your
Martian
smile
population.
even
Then he
greater
flew to the
each
Capitol and
day.
saw a button that a priest had pressed, and the next thing he knew, he was inside an Earthman named Howard Wilcox.
That's
riding
not
Madison
that's not
Avenue
a
bus.
false hope.
Want me to write it up?
Is that all
It's
you've got to tell
true.
me?
I know it's out there.
Listen, this guy's going to be perfectly all right as soon as he gets used to the idea that he's Howard Wilcox.
He is. I suppose you're a qualified psychiatrist.
Well, I'm qualified to judge this.
I'd better send.
I
Vincent
know
over.
true
There's
love
no
is
need
out there
for
for
that.
I have a distinct
everyone.
feeling you've let your emotions.
I
get
know
in the way.
there's somebody out there
They don't
for
belong in this
everyone.
business. Look, Cargan, this is a decent enough guy. He's a little bewildered, maybe. No,
I
why
know
not let him
there's
live out his life
love.
in peace?
He may be dangerous.
There's love that
Don't you
can't
trust
be
my judgment?
ended.
We can't afford to pass up
I
anything.
know
important.
it's
You're
out there.
exaggerating.
Maybe. Vincent. Yes, Mr. Cargan. I want you to do a follow-up on a story that Bill has started. A man named Howard Wilcox who thinks he's a Martian. Oh? Bill has the address.
Now, if anything happens to this guy, there are liable to be questions and accusations.
And I know there's
Vincent can handle
there's
that
love
effort.
for everybody in
Want
this
the full
chat as
treatment on the
well.
story, Mr. Cargan?
If you
I
think
know
the
there's
man is
love
a
out
menace,
there for you guys.
Give him the full treatment.
I know there's a lot of people who would say, I think otherwise and stuff like that. You know what? Alright. Alright, sourpuss. Alright. Believe what you want. But I know it's gonna happen. It's gonna hit those naysayers in the chest
His wife, Elaine, answered.
so hard.
Oh, Mrs. Wilcox, this is Bill Everett again.
Oh, did you forget
I
something?
believe
no,
in it.
I have something to tell you, and it may sound a little weird, but bear with me.
Oh, what is it?
A man from my newspaper is coming over. His name is Vincent. Now, he's a big, ugly man with a scar on his lip.
He's coming over here.
He's on his way now.
Well, what for?
Well, that's the part you aren't going to believe, Mrs. Wilcox.
Well, try and see.
He's going to murder your husband.
I'm afraid I didn't hear you.
I said he's coming over to murder your husband.
You and Howard did do quite a bit of drinking.
I'm trying to do you a favor. Now listen to me.
I'm listening.
Send him away. Tell him Howard had to leave town. Do you hear me?
I hear you, but really...
Please, Mrs. Wilcox, if your husband means anything to you.
Well, of course he does, but
You
why not call the police?
They'll laugh at
Yeah.
you. I'm coming right over. I'll explain when I get there. And remember, your husband's life
It's
depends
just what I believe. People may hate me for it. People may dislike me for it, but it's what I
I didn't know
believe.
whether I'd convinced her or not. It all sounded so terribly melodramatic.
I think
Anyway, I hopped
true
in the cab
love
and put
is
my
out
use of the heavy
there.
foot on the gas pedal, and about 15 minutes later,
And
I
it's-
arrived at 45 Amber Court.
It's difficult. It's not perfect. It's not going to answer all of your questions.
There was a man
It's
who
not
came
gonna.
to me.
It's not gonna be the perfect thing out there, but it's
I
out
got
there.
Howard out of the house. I sent him out for some mozzarella cheese and gave him a couple of places that don't carry it.
What'd
But
Vincent say?
it's just
I
me.
told him Howard wouldn't be back in town till tomorrow. He said he'd be back.
Did he say what he wanted?
Just that he had some good news for my husband.
Some good news. May I come in?
I wish you would.
I also
wanna
read
know what this is all
romance
about.
fan fiction, so shut up.
Sit down. Now, would you mind explaining?
You won't believe me.
You keep saying that.
Okay, Mrs. Wilcox. Your husband, Howard, is a Martian.
A
What?
Martian?
That's right.
A Martian?
And when did you discover this about my husband?
This morning.
Would you mind telling me just when he arrived? From Mars, that is.
This morning.
You don't say.
Told you wouldn't believe me.
Oh, I haven't said that yet. You're sure Howard is a Martian?
Yep. He claims to be the last Martian. Look, see if I can make it clear. There was a plague sweeping Mars. Now, they devised a means of transporting their intellects through space to Earth. Their dead bodies remained behind. Now, Howard, your husband, was confined in an institution, so he didn't get to go with the other Martian souls. He dug his way out and went to the capital city where the energy machine was located.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there was enough left to send his intelligence down here, where it landed in the body of one Howard Wilcox.
How did you find this out?
He told me.
Mr. Everett, if you don't mind, I'm rather tired. First you tell me someone's going to murder Howard, then you tell me he's the man from Mars. Now, I'd like to get some rest, if you don't mind.
I'm trying to convince you your husband is in danger.
If Howard is a Martian, just why does your Mr. Vincent want to kill him?
Because Mr. Vincent is a Martian, too.
I suppose the editor of the Tribune is also a Martian?
No, not the editor, just the editor of the City Disk.
And you, Mr. Everett, are you a Martian, too?
Matter of fact, yes.
Good night.
Just won't see it, will you?
Good night, Mr. Everett.
Okay, I tried my best.
Martians, indeed. Howard, thank heavens.
I couldn't get the mozzarella.
It doesn't matter. Tell me, Howard, are you a Martian?
Oh, yes. How did you know?
Oh, woman's intuition. It's terribly late, dear. Let's turn in.
No, not yet. I want to know how you knew I was a Martian.
Howard, please, I've had just about enough of this nonsense today.
It isn't nonsense to me. Only this morning I was Yang Gandal, a Martian. Now I'm in the body of your husband.
Is this a joke you and your friend Mr. Everett invented to torture me? Because if it is,
It isn't a joke. It's the truth.
Howard, I just can't stand much more of this. I'm beginning to wonder if it's me. Who could that be at this hour?
I'll answer it. Yes?
You are Mr. Howard Wilcox?
Yes?
My name's Vincent. I'm a reporter from the Trib.
Yes?
May I come in?
Yes.
Who is... Oh, Mr. Vincent.
I see your husband has unexpectedly returned from out of town, Mrs. Wilcox.
Now, look here.
Would you mind telling me why you lied to me?
Yes, I would.
Does it have anything to do with the fact that you know your husband's secret?
What secret?
That he is young and dull. A Martian.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do.
Why is there such concern? I am Yang Gandal. I am a Martian.
Damn it.
The last Martian, as far as I know.
That is where you're wrong, Mr. Wilcox.
Wrong.
You see, there are many of us.
Many? Like me?
Hundreds of thousands. We were teleported to Earth during the Great Migration and found ourselves, like you, inside human beings.
Then I'm not alone. You do understand my position.
Perfectly.
I can establish contact. We can remember our old home.
Unfortunately, no.
I don't understand.
Sadly enough, young and dull, you were considered mentally ill on Mars. Ill enough so that you were institutionalized.
But
Here on Earth, a person like you represents a distinct threat to us.
how do I threaten you?
You're unstable. You may give us away. That would spoil it.
Spoil what?
Our plan.
Plan?
You have not heard of the plan?
I heard of no plan. I was in an institution.
Yes. You are certain now.
Of course. What plan?
If you knew, I would have been forced to destroy you. You just saved your own life, young and dull, and that of Howard Wilcox as well.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Aren't you afraid that I'll do something?
Such as?
Tell people my husband is a Martian.
Really, Mrs. Wilcox, you know better. You'd be laughed at or sent to the nearest psychiatric clinic. No, we aren't at all concerned with the fact that people will betray our presence here on Earth. I'm sure you can appreciate the reaction if you would have phoned the police and tell them that the Trib reporters are all Martians.
Oh, not all. Just the city editor, and yourself, and Mr. Everett.
How did you know that?
Perhaps I'm one myself, Mr. Vincent.
It isn't possible.
Why not?
Are you? Tell me where you were born. What city?
I was born in Undanel near the dead canal of Krilla.
Your name?
Zanat Kree.
You are party to the plan?
The plan to take over the Earth? Of course.
Your husband, young and dull. Why did you not inform him?
For the same reason you did not. He is unstable. But there is no need to worry. I will care for him.
Amazing.
Now, would you mind leaving us alone? We have many things to discuss.
Of course. Amazing. Positively amazing.
I was standing in Barney's bar having a double scotch on the rocks when Vincent came in looking like a man who spent the last 3 hours in a KitchenAid mixer with the dial on Fluffy. He came over and ordered without so much as look at me.
Here it is, Mr. Vincent.
Thanks.
You okay?
Sure.
By the way, did you fellas take care of that crackpot who was in here this afternoon, the one who thought he was a Martian?
Sure.
Just a drunk, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Wouldn't you say so, Bill?
Oh, definitely.
Well, you see, Barney. Sometimes you can't tell the Martians from the Earthmen. You know?
It's getting to be that way, Mr. Vincent. Right, Bill?
That's right, Barney. Immigration. That's what it is. I gave Barney a sly wink and lifted my glass along with Vincent. Of course, Barney understood. You see, he's one of us, too.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Alan Cogan's story, Nothing But the Best, which tells about a strange mix-up in time and place. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Last Martian, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Frederick Brown and adapted for radio by George Leffer.
Oh my God.
Featured in the cast
Bug
were Mandel
Queen,
Kramer,
Bug
Elliot
Queen,
Reed,
1, 2, 3,
Sandra
4.
Ortega, Ralph
Bug
Bell,
Queen, 1, 2, 3,
John
4.
McGovern, and Patricia Wheel. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter.
Let's see.
And is an NBC Radio Network production.
Hold up. Oh my goodness. Bug Queen. Are you streaming? Are you streaming, Bug Queen?
NBC Radio, beginning Monday, August 13th.
Blam.
In just a moment, X-1. But
There you
Monitor
go.
takes you everywhere and brings you everything interesting, from news and on-the-spot
Yeah.
interviews to offbeat features around the world.
I hope
And Monitor
if
also
you are
brings you the
streaming,
finest
I hope you
drama
have an
with original
amazing
stories
one.
of Hollywood's top stars each week on Monitor World Theater. What's the weekend's big sports event? You can be sure of top
Yeah.
coverage by NBC Radio in addition to all
Yeah.
the latest scores and interesting commentary throughout
Darn
the
it.
day on Monitor's
I don't know
sports
why
highlights.
that makes me
Some
laugh
of the
every
brightest
time.
personalities
But
and
you
most
you have a
interesting
great
features are yours each
stream.
weekend
I hope
on
your
Monitor.
stream is
Now stay
amazing. I
tuned
hope I
for
see some of your
X-1
art.
on NBC.
I hope your art is only the best.
4,
I hope it goes well.
2,
I would love.
X-1.
Oh, thank you. If you want, you can show your stuff in the Discord. I would love to see it. I would really love to see it. Nope. Damn it. Damn it.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1. Tonight's story, Mr. Costello, Hero, by Theodore Sturgeon.
It began the day the skipper called me into his cabin. I'd been a purser aboard the spaceship Star Climber for almost 12 years, and I'd never yet been asked to Iron Man's cabin. But then a lot of strange things had been happening on this trip to Boranguen.
Come in. Oh. Sit down, Purser. I said sit down.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's a deck of cards. Deal.
Sir?
I said deal. 5-card draw. Go on, man.
Yes, sir.
Well?
3 of a kind, sir.
You didn't draw.
I beg your pardon?
When you play draw poker, you're supposed to draw. If you don't draw, you're supposed to give your opponent a chance to draw. Now, mister, did you ask me to draw?
Well, we haven't been playing that way recently.
Who changed the rules?
I don't know.
Uh-huh. Let me ask you something else. You stood a watch last night in the ship's galley.
Why, yes, sir.
Has anybody ordered a galley watch?
Well, no, sir, but it isn't against the rules, is it?
Against the rules? No, it isn't. Now tell me, does the cook mind having a man watching him 24 hours a day?
Well, no, sir. You see, that way he knows everybody can trust him.
You mean that way you know he won't poison you?
Well, yes, sir.
Now tell me, Percy, who aboard this ship suggested that the cook might try to poison you?
I really couldn't say, sir. It just came up. Well, Cookie doesn't mind, sir. Really, he doesn't. He says if he's watched all the time, then nobody can suspect him, so he doesn't mind.
All right. Now, let's proceed to something else. How long has it been customary for the deck officer to bring a witness with him when he takes over the watch?
That's out of my department,
Now,
sir.
think hard, Purser. Did you ever hear of a deck officer bringing a witness with him before this trip?
No, sir.
Or stand a galley watch?
No, sir.
Or play draw poker without drawing?
No, sir.
Now, one more thing.
Yes, sir?
We never had Mr. Costello as a passenger on this ship before, did we?
Mr. Costello?
Mr. Costello.
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay. Ask him to come to my cabin.
But
That's an order, mister.
Yes, sir. Let me tell you about Mr. Costello. He was our only passenger. Hello, Mr. Costello.
Hello, Purser.
Oh, am I interrupting something?
Not at all. Come sit down. I'm landing on Borngwen tomorrow, so I won't have much more chance to talk.
Well, I'll finish this later, Mr. Costello.
Nonsense. Honest men should be open with each other. Go ahead, show him what you discovered.
Well,
The Purser's a fine man.
Mr. Costello asked me to show him in the space code what a captain can and cannot do.
Now, just a minute, Third. You wanted to show me, didn't you?
Well, yes.
So actually, you're going over the limitations of a space captain's power of your own free will, right?
Well, I guess so, sure.
Sure. Tell the Purser the part that you just read me.
Well, it's a sort of safeguard against letting the skipper's power go to his head. Like, suppose a time comes when the captain begins to act up, you see. The crew figures a lunatic has taken over the bridge. Well, the crew can send a delegate for an accounting. If the skipper refuses, then the crew can confine the skipper.
Well, isn't there something about the proceedings having to be radioed at the time they happen?
Now, there is a man who is absolutely fair. Witnesses for the watch, safeguards on the kitchen. I tell you, you're all good men here. Yes, sir, this is the safest ship I've ever seen. Gives a fellow a nice feeling to know he isn't going to get his orders wrong or accidentally find something in the food.
Yes, sir. I wonder why we never thought of that before. Oh, I nearly forgot. Mr. Costello, the skipper wants to see you in his cabin.
Oh?
Right away.
I see. Will you come along with me just as a friendly precaution? You can wait outside. Well, in that way, both of us will know what happened. I'll never be able to say that you didn't give me the message, and you'll be able to say I went to see the skipper. Right?
Well, I guess so. You know, that this buddy system sort of makes everything safer, doesn't it?
That's right, Purser. You can't do anything bad if you have a friend along to witness.
Mr. Costello and I went to the captain's cabin, and I waited outside. After a while, I could hear them shouting. That is, I could hear the captain shouting. Mr. Costello never raised his voice.
And let me tell you, Mr. Costello, that if my crew questions my sanity, they have legal recourse. But you can be sure that meanwhile, if a single man aboard questions my authority, he will learn that I am master of this ship, even if he must learn it at the point of a gun. Now, sir, get out.
Wow. You okay, Mr. Costello?
Yes, I'm fine. Did you hear anything?
Well, yes, I did.
Would you remember what you heard?
I think so.
Let's see. You see this little gadget, no bigger than a pocket watch?
Yes, sir. What is it?
Listen, I'll open it.
If a single man aboard questions my authority, he will learn that I am master of this ship, even if he must learn it at the point of a gun.
Whose voice is that?
Why, it's the captain.
Good man.
But how?
That's simple. You see, this little pin that I wear on my lapel here? This is a microphone. This watch is a magnetic recorder. I just use it as a toy, of course.
Well, I'll be darned.
You see, Purser, I'm a collector. What do I collect? Voices. Voices anywhere, anybody, anytime. Listen.
A lunatic has taken over the bridge.
Why, that's the third officer.
Mm-hmm. Listen to this now.
I better not, Mr. Costello. I wouldn't want you thinking I take bribes from passengers.
Recognize it?
Why, that's my voice.
Exactly. The time you brought me the special radio message from Earth Central.
And you offered me a blue gemstone, and I said
Hey,
that...
listen to this.
I take bribes from passengers.
Well, if that isn't the end...
Cute, huh? Well, I guess I'll get back to my cabin and pack. When do we arrive at Borngwen?
6 tomorrow morning.
Oh, good. By the way, I'd like you to come see me when you put in there again.
Well, that's very nice, sir, but you're an important man, and I'm just...
Nonsense. I insist that you visit me.
Well, that's real nice.
Oh, by the way, what's the major trade on Borngwen?
Blunker.
Blunker?
Yes, it's a kind of soft fur. You can make a warm coat out of it that will roll up into a thimble.
You don't say. And the glunker trade, that's carried out by trappers?
Mostly. Mm-hmm. They work alone and bring in the pelts.
I see. They spend a lot of time
Alone,
That's right. You know, sometimes I envy them. I mean, working on a ship, you're almost never alone, and the way I see it, a man needs to be alone sometimes.
Correction. Only, I repeat, only if he has something to hide. Otherwise, to be alone is antisocial and evil.
We put in at Boringwin the following morning. I stood at the ramp of the ship and checked out the supplies and checked in the Glunker pelts that we were taking back to Earth. The Boringwin people were a nice, independent, easygoing bunch. I knew a Boringwin woman named Nola, and she came out to the ship to see me. 15,000 Glunker pelts. Check. 300 pounds of radioactive ergite. Check. Just put that shipment of show seed over next to the ramp.
Hello.
What? Well, Nola.
I saw your ship on the cargo manifest.
Well, it's good to see you.
Will you be on Boringwin long?
Just for a day or so. Listen, I have to get this cargo checked in. Can we see each other later?
I'll be through at the spaceport at 16 hours.
Well, good. Suppose I... Oh, excuse me a minute. Here comes our passenger.
Well, good morning. I see we've arrived safely.
Yes, sir. I expected you out before this.
I had a few items to get in order.
Oh, Mr. Costello, this is Nola. She's a Boringwina.
Well, it's very nice to meet you.
This is a real nice guy, Nola. See that he doesn't have any trouble with customs, will you? Nola works here.
Any friend of the purser?
Wonderful. Well, I'll say goodbye now. Remember to look me up, Purser, next time you hit Boringwin.
I will. He gave me that big, warm handshake of his and clapped his arm on my shoulder. Gave you a good feeling to know that a big shot like Mr. Costello really liked you. I got the rest of the cargo checked in. Took maybe 3 hours. Then I was about to go in and ask the skipper for leave when a couple of guys with Space Bureau credentials came aboard.
All right, that's it, boys. Close the hatches.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Space Bureau. Is Captain Ireson aboard?
Why, yes.
You're the purser, huh?
That's right. Something wrong?
Would you mind answering a couple of questions?
Not at all.
Has the captain been behaving strangely this trip?
Well, not strangely, exactly.
Anything unusual?
Well, no. He called me in for a card game.
Mm-hmm. Does that happen often?
No, never happened before.
Was he upset?
Yes, I guess he was.
Okay. This gentleman would like you to answer a few simple questions. Meanwhile, I'll look up the skipper.
They took the skipper off the ship and left Boringwin the next morning with a new skipper assigned by the port captain. There was a rumor later that old Iron Man had been court-martialed or something. Nobody knew for certain. We made the rounds after that. Sigma, Nightingale, Carano, all the planets in the fourth system. We even went back to Earth with a load of glizzard skins and black prints. It must have been about, 16 months later that we made it for Boringwin again. I was talking to the third officer.
Purser,
Hmm?
I'd like to talk to you.
Go ahead.
We land at Boringwin tomorrow.
So?
I don't like it.
What's wrong with Boringwin? It's one of the best ports in the system.
It was.
What do you mean?
We got a radiogram from the Boringwin Customs a little while ago.
Okay, we got a radiogram.
That's
Oh,
it.
some bureaucrat sent it. Nothing will happen.
Another thing. The way it was signed.
How was it signed?
Loneliness is evil.
Huh.
Port Captain Boringwin.
Lonely.
The Shybrid Fox is live.
That's
Oh,
what it-
God.
On a government
Oh,
radio?
God, there's so many people that are live. They go live at this time. Why didn't anybody tell me that
Where did
they
I hear
would
that
live at this
before?
time? You know, they should really tell me these things. What am I going to do with my son?
When we touched down on Boringwin at 1200 hours. What a change. The spaceport was deserted. The only people who came aboard were 2 agents from Customs. They censored our tapes and checked our written literature. I finally started a conversation. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah?
There is a Boringwina named Nola.
Why
who used to work
doesn't
in
anybody
Customs. I
tell
wonder
me
if she's
these
still there.
things?
I wouldn't know.
Well, the reason I asked, she usually meets my ship when it comes in.
Yeah, I see.
Well, maybe I'll look her up. She has an apartment on R Street.
She won't be living there. Try Central Barracks.
Central Barracks?
That big warehouse near the spaceport.
I thought they stored the Glunker furs there.
They don't use the warehouses to store things anymore.
No?
They need them for the people.
The people?
You haven't been on Boringwin since the Brotherhood movement?
I haven't been here for 16 months.
Well, you'll find that the people have moved into the warehouses now.
What about the apartments? What about the homes?
They're used only for storage space.
I don't get it.
Look, we haven't got time to explain now. My partner and I have to get back to Central Control.
Well, maybe I'll go to try and find Nola.
Better take a companion.
What for?
They don't like soloists on Borngwen.
Since when?
Since Brotherhood. No ladder has a single rung, you know.
So what?
It takes 100 pair of hands to build a house.
Okay.
A single pair is useless. Not only useless, but evil.
I don't get your drift.
All humanity is made up of many parts. Any part that wants to go off by itself hurts the main thing. What good would your hand be if a single finger suddenly decided to go off by itself?
Listen, is this a gag?
It's deadly serious.
Well, suppose I want to go off by myself.
We'll help you.
And suppose I don't want to be helped.
Then you're a trap, a glunker. You'll be sent into the bush country where the other soloists are sent.
Holy smokes, this place has gone mad.
Are you coming with us?
Look, just suppose that I want to walk across the field to the warehouse by myself, all alone.
You can try. But you won't get 2 steps before they pick you up. Take our advice. Get a companion.
I let them take me over to the barracks. The place that used to be a warehouse. It was unbelievable. The place had been completely cleared of every wall, every partition. There, in front of my eyes, were 10,000 beds, cots, and mattresses spread out over the entire floor of the warehouse. The light was blinding. Huge floods and spots bathed every square inch. Nothing was concealed. Even the plumbing, showers, tubs, sinks were lined up against an open wall. The agents came in with me and stood at the door. A cluster of Borngwen people waited in a roped-off area.
This is it.
Wow.
The customs personnel are in that third aisle, going north.
I'll walk down there. Thanks for the company.
It's a duty. Wait. I'll get you a companion. Anyone for the third aisle going north? Third aisle going north. Yeah. There comes a man. He'll accompany you.
A small, frightened-looking man detached himself from the waiting group and went with me up the aisle of the warehouse. The sound, the smells were frightening. Thousands of people milling around, no privacy, everyone terrified of being alone. I wondered how this had happened. Finally, after an hour of searching, I found my friend Nola.
So that's the way it is on Borngwen now. Nobody seems to know just how it happened. Just seemed better to be with somebody all the time. Then nobody could accuse you of doing anything wrong.
But somebody must have started these accusations. Somebody must have put the fear into people.
I don't know. Started with the Glunkers.
The fur trappers?
That's right. We began to hear things about them. That they were thieves, that they planned to take over the city. Just rumors, of course. And pretty soon, if you didn't like somebody, you called him a Glunker. Then there were signs. No Glunkers allowed. You know?
Oh, I saw some.
We began to hear about it on the televisor, and pretty soon they appointed a committee to investigate and find out if there was any truth to the rumors about the Glunkers. It was headed by Mr. Costello.
Costello? Mr. Costello?
He's a big shot now. Owns half the city, I guess.
Well, it can't be the same one.
Yes, it is. I've seen him.
When did everybody move to the central warehouse?
When the police started picking up soloists, everybody began to move in together. Didn't take long. That's the strange thing. How little time it took.
I talked to Nola for a while, then I couldn't take it any longer. I had to get out, to get away by myself. I found somebody who was going toward the exit, and after a while, we were standing outside the warehouse entrance.
I'm going south.
I'm going north to the spaceport.
Oh.
Tell me, does anybody travel alone?
Sometimes we take a chance on it. I guess I'll have to take a chance right now. I'll be late for my job if somebody doesn't come along soon.
Where do you work?
That orange building right across the street.
Would you like me to walk with you?
Oh, you'll just get stranded there. I'll make a run for it. The street looks clear.
Well, thanks for the company.
Not at all. So long.
Hey, mister, look out, that car. Look out!
Why, you... Is he dead?
Yes, sir.
That was deliberate. I saw you.
Hello, Percy.
It's Mr. Costello.
Yes, I'm sorry about the accident. My chauffeur was...
He tried to run away.
That's what happens to soloists. If he'd had a companion to warn him, to thrust him out of the way. You understand that, don't you, Percy?
I don't know.
Climb into the car. You can't go wandering about Borrington alone.
Well,
Police will take care of the body. It's all right.
okay, if you say so, Mr. Costello.
Drive to the spaceport.
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you think of our little planet?
Well,
I knew you'd like it. Just think of it, Percy. All humankind, a single unit. Yes, this is a people that has found the truth. It awes me. Makes me humble. Speak up, man. I'm your friend.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure I like it.
Well, take your time. Nobody has to make a man see the truth. Is that right?
Well,
That's right, isn't it?
yes, I guess it is.
Fine. Yes, only the trappers refuse to see the truth.
Are they really dangerous?
Dangerous? They go out and spend weeks alone by themselves, don't they? Alone with their own evil thoughts.
Evil thoughts.
We all have them, you know. Even you. For example, you remember this?
Well,
Well, this should refresh your mind. Listen to this.
I take bribes from passengers.
Your voice, Purser, and a very evil thought, too.
But that isn't what I said.
That's what's on the tape, Purser. Now, then, I wouldn't use it against you, of course.
Mr. Costello, what is it you want from me?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, minor favor, perhaps.
Go on.
Your ship is going back to Earth after it leaves Borrington.
Yes?
You will have a passenger.
I didn't know that.
To be exact, a mentally deranged man.
Who is he?
His name is Hines. He's been the Earth consul here on Borrington. He's been recalled to Earth to report.
You said he was mentally ill?
He is, but the Earth government doesn't know him.
Well, what can I possibly do?
I wouldn't want Mr. Hines to go back and tell them a lot of lies about what's happened on Borrington.
Well,
Purser, I want you to put this capsule into Mr. Hines's food.
what is it?
Sleeping potion.
You think I'm a murderer, Mr. Costello?
Purser, do you know what will happen if this tape recording of your voice is sent back to Earth? Do you know what they do to pursers who take bribes? You'll be court-martialed.
You'd use it?
Only in the interests of protecting our happy society. Now then, will you see that Mr. Hines is properly sedated? You can get 10 years of Uranus. Well, Percy?
Give me the capsule.
Good. Ride over to the ship, driver.
The first day out, the Earth Council, Mr. Hines, was in his cabin, and I brought him his dinner. He was a tense, nervous little man. Is your dinner, sir?
Put it down, Stewart.
Oh, I'm the purser, sir. The steward's ill, and I'm helping out.
I see. Do you know what's happened on Borrington?
I was only there a few hours, Mr. Hines.
Let me tell you, then. You won't believe it. Nobody will believe it. First, it was a little wedge, driven in the one place it might exist between the city people and the trappers, the Glunkers. Suddenly, the Glunkers were a menace. Then came the changes. You didn't have to prove that a Glunker had done anything. You just had to prove he was a Glunker. It all happened so fast. Pretty soon you were afraid to be alone for a second. There was a man named Costello. He came from Earth.
I know him.
You know him?
He went to Borrington on this ship.
Then you must be the one.
The one?
Which one who testified against your captain for the court-martial.
What?
There was a tape recording, your voice and the voice of the third officer. Costello had them.
He used them to send the skipper to Uranus? I didn't know.
You must have known. What's happened to us? What's happened? What?
I got him into his bunk and gave him a sedative. Then I took away the food I'd fixed for him. I still had Costello's poison capsule in my pocket. I went down to the radio room and sent a message to Earth headquarters. 2 days later, we landed. Mr. Hines told his story and I told mine. I showed them the poison capsule and told them what had happened to the skipper and about the tape recorder. Within 24 hours, a task force of the Earth fleet was on its way to Boranguin. It wasn't much of a battle, they tell me. The Boranguin army didn't have its heart in it. That was, 20 years ago, I guess. About Mr. Costello? I met him again last week, right here on Earth. Funny thing, I was sitting in Central Park on a bench.
Well, if it isn't the purser.
I'm sorry, I don't believe...
Look closer. Don't you recognize me?
No, Why, Mr. Costello. I thought
You thought I was on Uranus? I was. I served 20 years. Mind if I sit down?
It's a free Earth.
You know, I'm glad I ran into you. I think you may be just the man that I need.
Need?
Yes. Let me show you something. Here, in this pouch. Recognize these?
They're just live ants.
Exactly. Let me dump them out on the ground.
Won't they crawl away?
They'll come back. Watch. You see, I put a little piece of this bread in the pouch, and I lay it on the ground. See how they crawl back?
Yes, all except that one. He's interested in that dead caterpillar.
Yes. You see, about 1 in 30, I discovered will eat something different. Break away from the pack.
So what?
Don't you see, man? If we can find a way to make the others turn on that 1 in 30, if we can make the bread eaters think that the caterpillar eaters are dangerous...
They're not dangerous. They're just different.
What's the difference? Just so we can get the bread eaters scared enough. They'll turn on the others.
And then?
And then we can make them do anything that we want. You see what I'm driving at? If you think of these ants as people, well, where are you going?
I'm leaving, Mr. Costello.
Why? Doesn't what I say make sense?
Yes, it does, Mr. Costello, except for one thing.
What is that?
I'm no ant. So long, Mr. Costello.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features The Claustrophile, an unusual story by Theodore Sturgeon, which turns common sense completely around and plumps it down squarely on its feet. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Mr. Costello, Hero, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Theodore Sturgeon and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Wendell Holmes, Mandel Kramer, Bob Hastings, Joe DeSantis, Terry Keane, James Stevens, James Dukas, and Raymond Edward Johnson. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production. Follow the news with Chet Huntley tonight on NBC Radio.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, after a hard day's work, there's nothing more welcome than an evening of variety entertainment. That's just the tonic provided tomorrow night by NBC Radio. You'll laugh your cares away when good-natured contestants carry out the rib-tickling stunts dreamed up by MC Jack Bailey on NBC's Truth or Consequences. Later on, Groucho Marx peps things up.
I'm not doing that.
Good fun,
I'm thinking about that. That's
insults
a waste of fucking time.
For a brighter, livelier evening tomorrow night, it's Groucho Marx and Truth or
That's a
Consequences.
lot of work for
on this
not a
station.
lot of things.
Now stay tuned for
It's just a little figurine
X-1
on
NBC.
there. I'll be fine.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of a future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, Bad Medicine by Finn O'Donovan. But first, farmers know they can't stop storms, floods, or droughts from ruining a crop. But they can make sure things like that can't ruin them by investing in United States savings bonds. Not only farmers, but over 40 million Americans in all sorts of jobs own 40 billions of savings bonds. And why? Because savings bonds are the easy way to start saving and to keep saving. And the money you invest in savings bonds mean protection now and ready cash when you need it in the future. Improving the farm, sending the youngsters to college, or planning your own retirement. These are the big things you can be ready for with savings bonds. And besides offering you a safe investment, each Series E savings bond pays you back $4 at maturity for every 3 you invest. Yes, you earn extra dollars while you save, so start saving now. For the big things in your life, be ready with United States savings bonds. And now, on with our story.
On May 2nd, 2103, Elwood Caswell walked rapidly down Broadway. It was a gentle, misty spring day, and the air held the smell of rain and blossoming trees. But Elwood Caswell didn't smell the rain and the trees. He just gripped the loaded gun he had in his pocket. He didn't want to use the weapon, but he was certain that he would. This was justifiable. You see, Elwood Caswell was a homicidal maniac.
Why shouldn't I kill him?
Hey, look out, will you?
Oh, sorry, sir. Only the other day he said to me, Elwood, you're looking very well. What business is it of his how I look?
Hey there, Elwood. Elwood.
Huh?
It's me, Marty Klein. I work on the jet buses with you, remember?
Oh, yeah, of course. Hello, Marty. Forgive me, my mind was on other things.
Yeah, I know how it is. A couple of weeks ago, I was walking around in a fog so thick you could cut it.
Yeah, really?
Sure, preoccupied, you know. I had this idea in my mind.
You too?
Yeah.
The same person?
Huh?
Were you troubled by the same person?
My wife. Hey, you okay?
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
Well, I had this idea, see? I was going to get rid of my wife.
Kill her?
Kill her? I mean, send her to a country for a week.
Oh.
You sure you ain't sick?
No, I never felt better.
Well, anyway, I was going to take a week off. Quit the jet buses. Hey, can you imagine? I've been a jet bus operator for 10 years now, and all of a sudden, I feel like I can't take it for another minute.
I know how you feel.
And I was going to take a trip all by myself.
A trip?
To where? To the farthest place I could think, to Mars. I was just going to pick up and take a vacation on Mars.
So,
I don't know. What happened?
Well, I talked it over with Ethel.
how's life been? Bored?
She's a real sensible girl. You know what she did?
How are you incredible person, you?
Well, Ethel went right down to that home therapy appliance store, and she says, you got a home therapy machine that'll cure my husband of this idea he can't stay on the jet buses?
I've heard that those machines aren't perfected.
They got him licked now. So, okay, she describes the trouble, and next day they deliver this thing, and boom, I plug it in, see? And a voice talks to me. He starts asking me questions.
Yeah, what kind of questions?
All kinds. Things I wouldn't even tell my own mother.
You told the machine?
Why not? It's
Are
all
you
the machine.
fine?
Yeah, I see your point.
Well, then the machine starts to tell me a few things.
Let's
and before
see.
I knew it, inside a week, I'm cured. Now, I
Here
can't
you go.
wait to go back driving
I'm
the
good.
jet buses.
You don't say.
Oh,
I
heaven!
know how it is to have one thing on your mind all the time like that.
This machine, what did it cost you?
That's the beauty part of it. My Ethel, boy, she's a smart girl.
Aw, thank you. Thank you, Heaven, you incredible person.
Is the deposit.
There you go.
I see.
Well, I gotta get back to work now.
Here you
Ain't you
go.
working the jet buses today?
Huh? No, I'm off today.
Well, I'll see you, Elwood.
Yeah, see you, Marty.
You're incredible and amazing.
Where they sell the home
You
therapy machines.
you stupendous
Home
person,
therapy
you.
appliances. It's right down Broadway, about 2 blocks away.
There you go,
So long,
board.
Elwood.
Get to live an unmodded life. You get to live in regular land.
His friend Magnuson would be finishing work soon, returning to his apartment less than a block from Caswell.
Ugh.
Gripped the gun tighter. How pleasant it would be to saunter in, exchange a word with him, and then...
No. No, I won't do it. I don't really want to kill anybody. It isn't right. Think what'll happen. The authorities will lock me up. My friends won't understand, and... Mother would never approve. Still, if I see Magnus, I see his hateful, accusing face in front of me. Oh, this must be the store. Yeah. Home therapy appliances.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I show you some of our home therapy appliances?
I want therapy. Quick.
Of course, sir. This way, please. Now then, this is our new alcoholic reliever built by International Combustion Motors and advertised in leading magazines. A handsome piece of furniture. I think you will agree, and not out of place in any home. It also opens into a television set.
Look, what I need...
Therapy, of course. I just want to point out this
But
model
thank you
needs
for
never
being
cause
awesome,
embarrassment
board.
to you, your
I do
friends,
appreciate
or your
it.
loved ones. Notice, if you will, the recessed dial which controls the desired
You're
degree
welcome.
of alcoholism.
You're welcome
You see,
for the perspective
heavy,
work.
Moderate, social, light, and teetotal. A new
Yeah,
feature unique
see,
in the
look at
category.
that.
I'm not alcoholic.
Coming
The New York
together.
Jet Bus Authority does not hire alcoholics.
Oh, sorry. You seem the type. No offense.
Please.
You seem rather nervous. Perhaps the portable anxiety reducer.
No.
Well, sir, perhaps if you told me just what you feel is bothering you.
What have you got for homicidal mania?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Homicide. The urge to kill someone.
Oh, of course.
Actually,
Well, let's see now.
I'm gonna have to fix one thing. Damn it.
Oh, yes, here's the ticket. This black job with the chrome trim.
What is it?
This is a Rex regenerator, built by Planetary Motors Corporation. Handsome, Goes with any decor, opens into a well-stocked little bar, so your family, friends, loved ones need never...
Well, if your homicidal urge
Rip.
is strong...
Oh, absolutely. Don't confuse this with the little 10-amp Neurosis model. This is a hefty, heavy-duty 25-amp machine for really deep-rooted conditions.
That's what I've got.
Well, this baby will jolt you out of it. Big, heavy-duty thrust bearings, oversized heat absorbers, completely insulated. Sensitivity range
I'll
over...
take it.
Yes, sir.
With me, right now.
Now?
Before it's too late. I'll pay cash.
Well, yes, sir.
Easy
It'll be 2
come,
hours
easy
before the
go.
warehouse can-
I'll take this one here.
Damn right.
Well, that's a floor demonstrator.
Does it work?
All of our demonstrators work.
Then I'll take it. I can't wait for a warehouse. I can't wait for anything. Have it put in a taxi for me.
Yes, sir.
Tell him to hurry. I want to kill my friend Magnuson, you know.
Who?
My friend, Magnuson.
Oh, of course. That'll be $400.59, sales tax included.
After Elwood Caswell left the store, the clerk, whose name was Haskins, smiled to himself and lighted a cigarette. He had made his first sale. He inhaled.
Haskins?
Yes, Miss Pollinsby?
Smoking. I ask you to rid yourself of that filthy habit.
Immediately, Mr. Pollinsby. I'll use one of the display model denicotinizers at once. By the way, I just made a rather good sale, sir.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. One of our big Rex regenerators.
Well, now, it isn't often we... Wait a minute. Where's the floor model?
Well, sir, the customer was in an awful hurry. He was going to kill his friend.
You gave him the floor model?
Yes, sir. Was there any reason why...
Oh, grief, Haskins. Didn't I inform you we never
Goddamn
sell
it.
a floor model?
But, sir...
Pierce.
I've got to get to him. What was his address?
Address?
His name, then.
Well, he didn't say.
Then his check.
But he paid cash.
You mean you just let him pick up the machine and walk out?
Well, sir, he paid cash.
He was homicidal, you say?
Yes, sir. His friend...
I don't care about his friend. Get the police. No. Call the Planetary Motor Security Division. Quick.
Yes, at once.
Well.
Excuse me, Mr. Pollinsby. What will I tell them?
Tell them, you fool. Tell them that one of our customers accidentally got that display regenerator they sent us. The one they shipped by accident. They were going to replace it tomorrow.
Yes, sir. The one they shipped by accident. Will they know?
If they don't be more explicit, tell them we've sold the Martian model. The one for treating psychotic Martians.
Meanwhile, Elwood Caswell had returned to his apartment and lugged the big black Rex regenerator into his living room. He put it down near the couch and studied it carefully.
Yes, now you see what's going on.
Now then, let's see those instructions. Place regenerator near a comfortable couch. All right. Plug in machine. There. Affix contact
Where
band
am I?
to your forehead. That's all there is to it. Just turn on the machine and it will do the rest.
Where
There
am
will be
I?
no language problem since your
Who am
regenerator
I?
communicates with you by direct sensory contact.
Who are you?
Patent pending.
Who am I?
Seems easy enough.
I roll a 7 of perception.
Contact
Well,
my head.
you're in a place. I need to make that a command. Where am I as a command? You're sitting in a corridor, nothing to do. You've been sitting there for a few hours. You're unsure where everything is. No guards have come, and you are shivering cold as you feel like the cavern is just getting colder and colder.
Oh, I do. This isn't really mine. It's a neighbor's.
You have seen guards before, and you're sitting there doing nothing.
Will you be alone?
Good job, board.
You haven't mentioned to anyone that you're inviting me over? Someone's looking for
You
me.
get 5
a
XP.
process server.
You fart to raise the temp. Well, you're also now in a stinky cavern, and you've slightly rose the temperature by less than a point degree.
Yeah.
Not that warm.
There are a few things I have to do first.
But you hear that it bounces off the walls a few times as it reverberates, as it goes down the hallway. It almost startles you when you hear something farting back.
X-1
Don't
will
shit your
continue
pants,
in-
lie to me.
Each of us has a personal reason for wanting
You
to
yell
see
out,
cancer conquered.
yell out frustratedly
I have a wife and
into
three
the
wonderful
darkness
kids. When I think
as
about
you
cancer
see
going
a
to strike one
light
American
coming
every 4,
forward.
well, that's
You're
more than
unsure of
a
what it
place to
is,
see it conquered.
but
I know
then
that
a
some people don't
stench
even wanna
hits
think
you
about
way
cancer.
worse than your own
Pretending it's not a
farts.
threat, doing an ostrich
You're not
going to
surprised
get
as
us
what you
anywhere.
see is a giant
Stand up to it and fight.
slime looming
We can
towards
fight, each and
you.
every one of us. Through the American Cancer
And it's
Society,
very
we can be part of the
stinky.
battle that someday will beat cancer once and for all. That day
What do you
will
do?
come, but you and I have got to help. How about it? Thank you, Steve Allen. Remember, fight cancer with a checkup.
You see that the slime is quite nasty and has a few wanted prey.
The American Cancer Society. Make it generous.
Doesn't seem to affect the hunger of the slime as it opens its maw at you, or what you assume is a maw, as it's liquid and gooey.
His face became suffused with hatred at the thought of Magnuson. He poked at the gun with a stiff forefinger.
What do? You have soiled yourself in a dark cavern, and a slime is coming at you. It almost seems like a light is coming behind it. You're unsure what it is, but right now your immediate perception only sees the slime. The corridor is slick and cold.
To go off and commit murder. Why not just try that machine just once, huh? Turn it on. Okay, now reach
All right,
over.
you run away further down into the cavern as the slime is not that fast.
Good afternoon, Elwood. I am your mechanical therapist. You may call me Luke.
As you feel the streaks of poo going down your legs,
Glue.
you
Of course. I've heard it many times.
Now then, I am scanning the material.
you keep going further and further into the darkened caves as the light slowly leaves your perception, and you try to feel around.
Really? I thought it was simple homicidal.
You are quite warm in these caverns now, but for all the wrong reasons. Did you want to piss yourself as well?
Most unusual set of symptoms, I must say.
Your pilot light seems to be fading.
My light is not fading. I am merely trying to relate your symptoms to proven theory.
Well, as long as you know what you're doing.
Yeah, look at that.
We will proceed.
Good.
First,
There
a
we
word
go.
association test.
Fire away.
I will proceed to give a word. You answer with the first thing that comes to your mind. Ready?
Ready.
House.
That one, I'm pissing yourself. You hold it in. You hold it in. You just you feel like you could pee, but you just can't. You roll the 5. You can't see jack shit. You are blind as a bat as you move forward and try to move further until you find a little lever.
Very significant.
I don't know any
What do you
Martian
do?
word.
Aha, noteworthy. We will proceed. Loud.
Soft.
Green.
Mother.
Panagoyas.
Hathamathunga. How's that one?
Add in these.
Nexothesmodrustica. Top that.
Katif, a snow
I don't know. What's the right answer? You find a small lever. What do you do? I don't know. What makes it so I don't kill myself?
Desire, complicated by strong dwarkish intention.
I could have sworn I was homicidal.
The term has no referent. It must be rejected as nonsense. Now, if you'll just settle back on the couch,
At precisely this moment, a tall, gnarled, ugly man pushed his way through the doors of
I
Home
played-
Therapy Appliances. His clothing
I
unpressed.
played
and
Zork
uncaring.
in Sierra
Around him like
games,
corrugated
so I
iron.
run past
When
the
Clerk
slime.
Hoskins approached him, he flipped
Oh,
back his lapel to show
you
a
go
small
by the
silver badge
slime?
underneath.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright, you try to find your way back to the slime, as it seems to have caught up with you by now,
Hello, Follinsby.
and you try to jump over it.
Well?
Roll an athletics check.
You certainly never mentioned his name.
With disadvantage, as you have
Anything
poopy
significant?
pants.
Is it serious, Mr. Rath? Mr. Follinsby, this man is homicidal. Won't it treat him? Homicide is unknown on Mars. It'll treat him for the most likely Martian sickness. What would that be?
13.
Fiend desire, Mr.
Was that with disadvantage?
The Martian illness in which the victim feels cursed by the tree-like nourishing parent, although, of course, Martians don't have parents in the ordinary sense. Well, Haskins?
I remember one thing.
Versus
You
17,
mentioned he was a
okay.
jet bus operator
All
from
right.
New York, jet bus
You
authority.
roll to the side and get slightly burnt by the slime, as it seems like its acid eats away at your clothes. But you manage to go around it. You go further, and you find yourself in a small guard station. The slime seems perturbed and headed your way.
But surely, Elwood, you remember your goddessy.
No.
Tell me then about your juvenile experience.
Oh yeah, definitely does. It wants that shit.
My father.
There is no such thing, of
It
course.
wants that shit.
But
I thought we finally agreed on that.
okay, if you say so.
Now then, since you
You
claim
assume,
don't
as
know what a
slimes are known
Tell
to
me what you
want
imagine
shit.
A forest fire. A salt tablet. A small screwdriver. Am I getting warm? A revolver.
All right.
Heck is a
You
Goris?
throw it at the slime. The slime seems unstopped and keeps coming after you, as you are now without pants.
Tree ever nourished me.
As the pants dissolve as they hit the slime.
Somewhere in your childhood, your gorisy, or parent tree, stifled your theme desire. Now, this gave rise to your present urge to dwarf someone in a flendish manner.
To what?
To dwarf someone in a flendish manner.
Listen, you crummy piece of hardware. I have never had a gorisy. I have no desire to dwarf someone in a flendish manner or any other manner. All I want to do is put a bullet into Herbert Magnuson. Understand? All I want to do is kill Magnuson.
Lie down, Mr. Caswell. We'll go over it again.
My dear man, I'm not trying to insinuate
It's fine.
that the jet
Now
bus
I'm
authority
free of
hires alcoholics.
disadvantage
If you will
cause
just-
shit pants. Is there a weapon or a ledge I can climb up? There's a table.
Now, Haskins,
There is a table with
man's
a
life may be
few
at stake.
bodies.
Now think. Was there anything
Yes,
else this fellow said?
there is a table, and above that table there is a lamp hanging precariously, and it seems that there is a second level above this, but you do not see the way
He
forward.
said, I'm going to kill Magnuson. You know, just casually like that.
Follinsby?
As it seems like the room is too dark.
Now hurry it up.
But there is a second level above. No, the bodies are not alive.
You were saying?
Well,
something about
Bodies are not alive.
Yes, I was saying...
The bodies are dead.
I think perhaps you're right.
Naturally. But right about what, Mr. Caswell?
Well, I think perhaps... Yes, I think perhaps I do remember my Goracy.
Ah! Now, Mr. Caswell, we're on the road to a cure.
All right. You definitely do that, and you jump to the second floor, and now the threat is no longer a threat. It is more of an annoyance, sitting on the first floor, unsure of how to get up to
This
you.
man is trying to kill you.
Go on, you're full of happy pills. Elwood's my best friend.
Elwood?
He loves me like a brother. And if you think I'm going to stick some process server onto
Mr.
him...
Magnuson, I'm not a process server. Your friend Elwood is a psychopathic killer. You're his intended victim. Can you get that through your thick skull? I'm trying to save your life.
What you see on the second floor is...
You're Elwood Caswell?
Yes.
The Elwood Caswell who bought a Rex regenerator early this afternoon?
Yes. Won't you come in?
Thank you. My name is Rad.
You
Planetary
find...
Motors.
Nice to meet you.
Have you...
You find 3 doors.
Oh, yes.
2 of them seem open,
Caswell,
while another
I don't know how to explain
seems
this, but
closed.
We made a terrible mistake. The regenerator you took was a Martian.
And it seems that there is an old ladder
I know.
that normally would be
Yes, it became pretty obvious after a while.
down for people to climb up on, but seems to be up for some odd
Yes, the
reason.
poor thing tried its
There
best, but
are
of course
no bodies or any
Well,
sign of
the
a struggle
company
up
will, of
here.
course, reimburse you for your lost time and your mental anguish.
Naturally.
And we will substitute a regular human-type regenerator.
Oh, that won't be necessary. You see...
Mr. Caswell,
That's right.
put down that gun. I warn you.
I'm not going to shoot you. I merely want to turn this gun over to you.
You do?
Yes, I'm not going to shoot anybody.
You mean that...
The machine's attempt at therapy forced me to reappraise my whole self. There was an insight during which I was able to get rid of...
You now have shitty hands. Yum, yum, yum. You now have shit on your hands, and it is disgusting.
I must say, then, that it worked out.
Good
for the best.
job.
I'll get back to the store and have him pick up that machine in an hour, and... Oh, well,
Oh.
sir,
Don't forget to
You
take this
examine
gun.
them. They are doors.
Need it.
Of course.
They seem like they were not.
Good evening.
They were opened before previously, and they had locks on them. Now they no longer have locks. You're unsure why, but
He asked me if
the
I
locks
still
are
intended to
open
kill
and
Magnuson.
just fine,
Magnuson, that inhuman monster who cut down
as there
my
seems to be
Goracy.
no keys
Magnuson,
around.
the man who even now is secretly planning to infect New York with abhorrent fiend desire. Am I going to kill him? Oh, no. I wish him a long life. A life filled with the torture I can now inflict on him. Kill
And
Magnuson?
as you see behind the door, you find yourself looking into a small guard outpost. You're unsure why. No.
You have just heard X
You find a small guard outpost, and you see on the table
Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features
that's in the
by
outpost
Clifford D.
is
Simmer.
some
The
bread,
story of an
some
Earth
cheese,
general with the
and some
distasteful
wine.
assignment of meeting a delegation of
All
unmilitary clowns
moldy and
who arrive
stale
as
except the wine.
Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. In a moment, tonight's cast and a preview of next week's exciting drama.
They took the blue from the skies and the pretty girl died and the thunder
I am putting onions over here. Some garlic.
We are men with a dream of America's team. We're a rugged and ready crew. And you can bet your boots
You start throwing around stuff and find nothing of importance except a small wooden shield and a small dagger. The fork and knife are all just wooden, so it's not really helpful. You find a plate, so, you know, and you don't really find any traps. So that's good, but you're loud as fuck. I take them all, the moldy food, the plate, the shield, etc. Fuck the police. You yell out excitedly as you take all the items and then put them in your nothing as you hold them in your shirt.
Charles Webster, Carl Weber, and Joseph Julian.
I guess you just hold them in your shirt because you don't have anything to hold these items in.
And is an NBC Radio Network production.
You stretch out your shirt and hold all these neat, nice items. You're unsure of how you got there, but you feel safer as you equip the shield and small dagger.
The actual case history of a young wife following her through the late
The rest of your stuff you have bundled up tightly in your shirt.
You'll attend the childbirth courses offered at New York's Mount Sinai Hospital, and even enter the delivery room for the actual
All
birth
right.
of the child.
The slime seems appreciative of any type of food, as it definitely enjoys it. You see as the green slime slowly turns to a dark shade of red, as it seems to be enjoying itself, as much as you know a slime can enjoy itself.
Be sure to join Virginia Graham and Mike Wallace tomorrow on this.
It seems to be preoccupied with the bread-soaked wine. The wine-soaked bread.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, here's an important date to remember. It's this Sunday when the highly acclaimed program On the Line with Bob Considine premieres on NBC Radio. Behind each news event is a human interest story. And beginning Sunday, you can hear these fascinating sidelights with commentator
You
Bob
seem
Considine.
to be
You'll also meet the
relatively
important
safe.
People who make the headlines, people from the government, labor, and management. Or perhaps someone in your own hometown today.
It's not bolted down. You drop the table onto the slime. It takes 10 damage.
Now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
The slime slowly starts to dissolve the table.
For blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
Pain does suck, bitch. It seems to be eating up the table completely. But the table is too big for it to dissolve all at once. So it seems it is dealing with the table for quite a while. Seems you will be in relative safety if you do not defeat this slime anytime
Adventures
soon.
in which you'll live in a million, could be years on 1,000, maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X-1.
You go over to the other door, and it seems you have found a latrine.
The Old Die Rich by H.L. Gold.
Then you go to the closed door. What do you do?
The uniformed cop at the door told me to get lost. But Lou Pape spotted me and told the man to let me in. It was a shabby room. They always are. There was a woman on the bed, an old woman with white hair. thin enough to show the tight-drawn scalp. The medical examiner was going over her as if she were a side of beef that you had to put a federal-grade stamp on.
When are you going to stop taking this ham friend of yours around to these cases, Sergeant, just to gratify his morbid curiosity?
All you
Forget
find,
about Weldon, Doc.
relatively small,
Not eating,
is a small little sound alarm on top of the door.
$32,000 from 5 different banks.
You don't see anything else that's striking out at you, except that the lock, the door is completely bolted.
Listen, Weldon, just because you get up on a stage or on some half-baked
You will need to try to
and
pick
make
the
believe
lock.
You're 70 years old doesn't qualify you as an expert on gerontology.
Maybe not, Doc. But I went bald at
Or
25, and I've been
bust
playing
down the
old man ever
door.
since. There's a lot more to it than just shuffling around.
It's
and
your
talking in a
decision.
high-cracked voice.
Yeah, there hasn't been an actor since Otis Skinner.
Maybe.
All right.
But the way I work, I have to get inside the character. I have
You are
to
standing
decide
on the
when he
second
was
level
born,
of
how he got along with his father,
a
where he went to
small
school, what he
cavern
thinks of women, everything
with a
about him.
ladder and 2 open doors, and one closed one. You are looking down onto a small little plate, a small little
To keep me
space.
from dying. Well, I just don't believe it. It
Right
isn't
next
I
to
don't
you.
feel it.
It's on the second level.
Doctor, not an actor.
They usually bring it up and down to get down the cavern or up the cavern.
Basket from Bellevue. So long, Barrymore.
Well, he's right, Mark. We get a couple of these cases every
All
year.
right, you have an
Some old bat
idea.
starving to death with $17,000 in old
How
bills
sturdy is
pinned
it?
on his
Well,
yellow
it
suit.
seems like it's
Turns
been
up all
used
the
for
time.
quite some time,
Well, it
so
doesn't feel right.
it seems
He knows
relatively
his
sturdy
business, but
enough.
He doesn't know old people. I do. It isn't easy to
You're
start
not
with
sure
that.
the
Not when
stordiness
you
of
can buy
most
day-old bread
ladders,
at the
but
bakery
you
or
seem
wilted
it can
vegetables at
hold
the
your
grocer's
weight
ready to throw
on the first run.
Anyone who's willing to eat that stuff can stay alive from day to day. Hunger's it's a pretty potent instinct.
Maybe they get too sick to go out after old bread or wilted vegetables.
It takes weeks to die of starvation. Did you ever try starving for weeks, Lou?
No, did you?
Well, the point is somebody would find out. A janitor, a landlord, somebody, and they'd get him to a hospital.
Ah, forget about it, Mark. Can't argue with it. Here there were 5 bank books. $32,000.
Yeah, she took good care of them. They look almost new.
Sure she did. Most important thing in the world, huh?
April 23rd, 1907, $150. The ink's pretty dark. Shouldn't it be faded?
She probably never took it out in the light.
Anyone ever think of testing the ink?
What for? Bank's records
I
always...
carefully
These
lower
aren't
it a few
forgeries, if
yards
that's
from
what
the
you think.
slime.
Well,
Check its
I'd like to
status
get a
and then
chemist
carefully
working on
go
this.
down and shake a bitch if it's safe
Look,
enough.
this is strictly against
It's
regulations.
quite
I can
safe
take
as
these
you
books down
go
to the
over
squad room and sign
and you
them in.
start shanking the poor defenseless slime.
It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I guess I could hold them over tonight and bring them down to the property clerk.
The
in morning.
slime
Good.
seems
I know where I can find a
unperturbed
chemist.
by this. But you do 3 damage. As you see, your knife is getting thinner and thinner every time you
50
stab.
years ago. 1907 would be about right.
There, you see, Weldon? I was supposed to go to the Trotters tonight.
But according to the amount of oxidation, it's fresh enough to be only a few months old.
There, I was right.
Well, couldn't that be the result of unusually careful handling, though?
Oh, yes, I suppose it could. An airtight compartment, perhaps, sealed with one of the inert gases or a vacuum. That might account for the lack of normal aging.
Lou, you can't keep inert gases in a top bureau drawer in a 4th floor walk-up.
Yeah.
Look, he
Well,
had his
it's
chance
probably
with my
some
pants.
simple
And I
explanation.
asked him if he's had
Fresh
enough
ink,
and wants a
half a
truce.
century old.
It burbles at you. Blah, 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 blah. You're not sure if that's confirmation or affirmation or fear from this slime. Take that as you will, as it doesn't seem to be coming after you anymore,
Just watch.
as it seems to be quite enamored by the wood that it has to dissolve. It seems it's just fine with what it has.
You can't just starve to death with upwards of $30,000 right at your fingertips. Not without at least buying a bowl of soup. I had a run of television that kept me busy for about a month. Then Lou Pape called me up and asked me to come down to Bellevue.
So I mean, if you want to know if you defeated the slime, I mean, if that's
What's up, Lou?
Well,
Burble
Mark,
for
another guy
truce
was
and
found wandering
food,
around
or
down
stay
on Hester
silent
Street,
and I'm on the
suffering from
menu
malnutrition.
still.
He had $17,000
It
in
burbles
cash
at
inside the
you.
lining of his jacket.
Is he
Burble.
alive?
No, not now he isn't. Doc's got him in the room there, but he was stumbling around when the cop on the beat picked him up. Did he
And
say anything?
keeps
Well, he talked to the cop.
dissolving the
Pretty smart
table
young kid.
slowly but
Seems the
surely.
old man kept talking about money, about his wife. She must have been dead 20 years. And then, just before he went out completely, he did say something, maybe 3 or 4 times.
Well, what was it?
El Greco.
You mean the artist?
Well, that's what Stankiewicz said. He's the officer who picked him up. Said he remembered he'd heard the name on that television quiz program. You know, the jockey who's the art expert.
El Greco.
Probably some Greek restaurant where he was bumming his meals. Now, you sure you want no top seat, Sergeant? It's late. I won't get to
All right.
till tomorrow.
All right, take your time, Doctor.
All right, you give it the
something else,
food.
isn't there, Luke?
It seems to be
Maybe.
enjoying it and
Found the old
staying
guy's room.
exactly
There was
where it
bad gum tacked
is.
over the sink. Nothing
Under
too
the
unusual.
table.
Here it is.
Men and women wanted, light work suitable for old people. No references required.
Well, I checked it with the lieutenant. He says to forget it. Says it figures for an old guy to be interested in an ad like that.
An old guy with $17,000 in cash?
Yeah. Well, I didn't figure I'd argue with the lieutenant.
You mind if I keep it?
No, go ahead.
It was an old brownstone house in the East 80s. I got in line with the rest of the applicants. My face was lined with collodion wrinkles, and I wore an antique shiny suit and run-down shoes. It was a good makeup job. I looked more authentic than the rest of the old-timers who were waiting for the interview. I finally came
You
up to
drink
where a
me
woman
under the
was
table.
asking
Am I
questions.
right? Am I right?
Name?
Your good joke makes you feel more at home in these
Mm-hmm.
terrible,
Address?
dank caverns so far.
have a place.
You have survived your first trial, young hero.
I met him in the cafeteria.
Mm-hmm. Previous occupation?
Well, I worked at a lot of things. Used to be a printer way back. I could hand set
Do you have
type.
any references?
Uh,
Family?
Well, you don't hear a laughter, but you don't hear not a laughter. So you take it as you made out in the end.
Didn't need no reference.
Yeah, well, that's right. Now, will you wait in the other room?
Yes, ma'am. Do I get the job, ma'am?
Just wait in the other room.
I shuffled into the other room and sat down to wait. I concentrated on building a character for Louis Kernet. If I was going to carry this through, I was going to have to play a better performance than I'd ever given before. About half an hour, a young woman came into the room. I'd planned to be dozing the way an old man would, and so my eyes were closed when I heard the door close. When I opened them, I was looking into the barrel of a .38 revolver.
So the
You
latrine,
awake now,
roll
Mr.
a
Weldon?
5 for perception.
I don't think you need to carry
Well,
on
it's
anymore.
not that hard.
Need any
You
further
smell
convincing. You are Mark
poo.
Weldon. You're about 40 years old, and you played this same character on television about 6 weeks ago.
So you
played it fairly
found
well.
the bathroom, as
Thank
it
you.
seems like it's just a hole
mind putting down
that
that
just
gun?
goes
Yes.
deeper and deeper
Why did you
and
apply for
deeper.
this position, Mr. Weldon? You're not old, not really.
Well, as a matter of fact, it was a bet. I was having an argument about the method with an actor who trained at the old Vic. I bet him that I could, I could get by off the stage. With
Yeah,
the
well, don't
same...
bother. You've been very busy recently trying to find out why senile psychotics starve themselves to death.
How did you know that?
Well, I happen to know that you've been present at several police
Is there a
investigations
TP?
into these cases, and you're a
Okay,
good friend of
all right.
Sergeant Lou Pate.
You know
Is
a
there
great deal more
TP?
about me than I do about you.
Well, I would be glad to enlighten you. My name is May
In
Roberts.
Fantasyland,
I'm the daughter of the late
I will
Dr.
say
Anthony Roberts, the physicist
that
who
there
was
are
dismissed from the
pieces
Brookhaven
of
Atomic
cloth
Energy Laboratory 5 years ago.
that
I
act
assume
like
you're connected with these
TP.
starvation cases, or you wouldn't have known I was investigating
Well,
them.
that's obvious, isn't it? I'm not afraid of professional detectives.
It's
Mr.
like
Weldon.
TP,
They deal only with facts.
but slightly
I don't like
rougher.
amateurs. They guess too much. They don't stick to reality. Consequently, they're likely to get too close to the truth.
Unfortunately, Miss Roberts, I'm nowhere near the truth. I haven't the slightest idea how you're tied in with those starvation
Well, I
deaths.
intend to show you, Mr. Weldon. I'm happy to announce that you have the job.
Now, look,
Don't move, Mr. Weldon. Oh, incidentally, about 15 minutes ago, I called Sergeant Pate and told him I was your sister just in from Pittsburgh. I wanted to get in touch with you very badly, and Sergeant Pate was very sorry.
All right.
He wished he could help
You
me.
finally clean yourself as much as you can.
All right, Mr. Weldon.
And you see a small bowl of water that seems like it has been there for quite some time.
She didn't look like the kind of girl who could get to hold the gun on me as I went down the hall. So that's all I did, just go down the hall. I climbed up to the 4th floor to a large room. There was a maze of electrical equipment bolted down, tubes and wires and dials. In the middle of the room was a wire mesh cage. She kept that gun on me steady as a rock. She began to set readings on the dials and flip switches on the control panel.
Lockpick, I go to disarm the trap. Alright, go to disarm the trap. You leave the small latrine and you go to the door. You try to disarm the trap.
Now, I wouldn't advise moving now, Mr. Weldon. The wire carries some 10,000 volts.
Now, look, Miss
Mr.
Roberts.
Weldon, you're curious. And you could turn out to be a great nuisance to me. As long as you
17 lockpicking. Unnatural lockpicking, you bring out your little pick, you take out your little knife, your wooden knife, and you start fiddling with the lock for a little while. And then you realize that you just have to pop it in the right place. And if you hold the door correctly, the trap does not go off, and not a sound was heard.
I remember my father had a suit like that.
As you look further down into the cave,
all right,
you see that it looks like there used to be a small mining space right over here.
Use the envelopes in the order they're arranged.
Right in front of
Mr.
you.
Weldon, I meant it when I said this could
You're
be a
an-
benefit to both of us. No use explaining anything, you'll find out.
As you
And don't
look
try to
further,
escape,
you
it can't be
you
done.
don't hear that much noise,
Now the
but
field
you do
generators are
hear
ready.
fire. The small licking of fire from torches not far up ahead.
I blinked. I was standing outside a bank on a sunny day in spring. I stared at the people passing by. They were dressed like the characters in a 1930 movie. The women wore long dresses and flower pot hats. The men had hard straw hats, suits with narrow shoulders. Cars were square with flat radiators in the front. There was a trolley car passing by, and suddenly I
All
realized
right,
the last trolley car
you're as
stopped running in
quiet
Manhattan years ago.
as a mouse
I
as
tried
you
to figure
head
it out.
inside.
It was New York, all right.
As you
I
slowly
recognized some
find
of the
yourself
buildings.
going through,
First, I figured it must have been
you're
the houses.
unsure of why you were
And then
even
I
in the
looked at the
cavern
first
in the
of the
first
envelopes in
place.
my pocket.
You don't remember how
I
you
read
got
it and
here,
walked into the bank.
but you seem to be
Yes, sir.
far,
Mr.
far
Goldman, if
down
you
it.
wish to open an account. Yes, that's
As
right.
you slowly go further
Very
and
happy
further
to have you,
in,
Depositor. Very
you
happy
find that there
Of
is
course, you realize the
nothing
institution is
here
in sound
except
condition, very sound.
the slow
You needn't worry
light
about all those rumors in
that
this
slowly
bank. No, sir.
encroaches you.
Solid.
You
That's
slowly
good.
further
Right, now
and
then,
further
name?
go in
Clark
quietly,
Weldon.
watching
You
your
have no
every
address in the
step,
city at
making
present?
sure
No,
not
no.
to make
And
even
you're
a
depositing
sound.
$150.
As you
That's
pass
right. All
a
righty.
small...
I'll just check the slip here. $150, right?
Huh?
And the
As you
date,
pass a small little,
of course, 1931.
small
31.
little alcove,
Depression.
you finally hear
Weldon,
little
this is a
voices.
very good year for business.
Little
This
chittering
temporary recession
voices.
is bound to abate. Sound
It
banking policies will
sounds
see us through. It's just around
very
the corner,
different
you know.
from
What?
human
Well,
speech.
what is prosperity? All right, Mr. Weldon, we're very
As
happy
you
to
see
have your
silhouettes moving around at the corner of your eye.
I went outside the bank and I stood there.
You
in
start
spring
hearing the
sunlight and let
sounds
the
of
terror soak into me.
something very unfamiliar
Possibility of
as
an
you
attack
hear...
was gnawing at the edges of my mind. And then suddenly I wasn't there. It was as fast as Greenville. I was outside another bank in the same city. The date on the next envelope was May 29th, and it was still 1931.
As you hear
I
multiple
made a
of those,
$75 deposit
almost
there, and then
like
$100
there's
at another
many
place
of
a few
them.
days later, spending a few minutes each time and going ahead anywhere from a couple of days to almost a month. In 1934, I found myself
I'm
inside
going
a
to
broker's office.
bet. You turn around and go and fall back. You are too afraid of what's in front of you, terrified of what could be.
His name? That's right. I'm just acting as agent. I follow instructions.
Of course. Well, are you sure I can't convince you that you're making a big mistake?
No, these are my instructions.
Well, now, Mr. Weldon...
So you're back in the room that you were previously, as the big pile of goo is having its time with all that you've given it.
However, if your client is adamant,
It's almost like it's having a heyday over
the
there.
name of Dr. Anthony Roberts, 100 shares of Montana uranium. Most unwise, most unwise.
It went that way about 50-50. I deposit money in my own
You
name
don't
in
see
various
any
banks. Other times,
small
then I buy
rocks.
stock,
You
make a
can
bet
pick
on
up
Roberts.
at least two of
June
them.
21st, 1932,
Two of them seem
I bet Jack Sharkey to
seem
take the
sizable
heavyweight title
enough
at
to
Nash
pick
Bailey.
up, but you would
I was
have to
singing
lift
Wood in
with your
1933
back.
at Belmont
That's
Park
how
with Max
heavy
Bayer over
these
Pano
seem to
Conera.
be.
I went on skipping through the years, touching here and there for a few minutes to an hour at a time. It was in early October 1938, about 5 hours after I left May Roberts' house, before I realized what she had me doing. Was making deposits and winning sure bets, just as those senile psychotics had done. The ink on their bank books seemed fresh because it was fresh. It wasn't given a chance to oxidize. At the rate I was going, I'd be back at my own time in a few hours with $15,000 compound interest in cash. But those old people had died of starvation somehow with all that cash in banks. I didn't know how it happened
All
or
right.
why. But
You
suddenly
do
it occurred
so,
to me that I
and
didn't want to
quickly,
be found dead in my
might
hotel
I
room.
add, as it
So rather than make the deposit in
it is
1938,
quite
I got in the
heavy.
cab and told the driver to step on it.
And you see that you are in
suddenly
the
disappeared.
perfect spot to take care of it.
Found myself and
All right, you have a few places to hide.
the envelope instructed me
Inside
to
the
make a
room
bet
that
on the
you're
World
in,
Series.
inside
There wasn't
the
any way to get out
two-level
of the
room
range
that
of the
you're in.
machine. It took me up at least 5
You have
miles
many
away from
places
where
to
I was
hide,
supposed
so
to
don't.
be.
So just
Came
make
back
a
week
place
later
to
get my
hide.
winnings. Was hungry, so I got myself a hamburger and went out the door. When I hit the sidewalk, it happened again.
Don't touch the cage yet, Mr. Weldon. I'll have to clear the charge.
Hey, what happened to my hamburger?
What?
The hamburger. I had it here. It's gone.
All right.
I'll get you something to eat, Mr. Weldon.
You activate the
before your
sound
next trip.
trap as it makes a ding sound
You've done
as
pretty
you
well for
hear
yourself,
the
haven't
voices from the other room go.
I had ketchup on my sleeve. It's gone.
Mr. Weldon.
As you hide in the latrine
Now you've
closely
seen
by
part
the
of
other
what I'm
door,
doing.
watching it
My
intently.
father was discharged from all his
Now roll
research
for
and
trap.
university connections because he insisted in publishing his findings on the temporal field research. All the conventional physicists explained that it was overwork and recommended everything from hot bouillon before retiring to psychoanalysis. Well, possibly both of these might have been beneficial. But the fact
Just
of the matter
roll
is,
for trap.
the temporal field activities
17.
are quite
I like
clear,
those die.
And you've seen proof.
All right.
Well,
As
So it seems
the
just a
door
question of
slowly
money,
creaks
although
open,
obviously I can get all I need
and you
now.
hear a
But sending
thump
people back through time to bet
as
sure
a
things
body
like uranium.
flops
It's a
in
fair
front,
exchange. I pay well for service,
right
don't
from
I?
the door.
I suppose so.
But that
As you
isn't the
see a
most important
small little lizard
I've been
folk.
able to save things that would have been lost otherwise. I've sent people back to find precious treasures that would have been destroyed or would have disappeared.
Like an El Greco painting?
Yes. And the original score of Mozart's Magic Flute that would have
It
been
still
burned in
seems to be
1940,
alive,
and a
but
Picasso miniature that would have been lost
blood
at
is
sea
now
in 50.
gushing from an
have them
open
all
wound
here.
atop its
Stolen?
head.
No. Bought with money from the year itself at a fair price. Well, Mr. Weldon, I sent you back because I've needed someone to work with me on a regular basis. Someone who's faster and more alert than the old people I've hired till now.
Why old people?
It's a function of the field. You can't send somebody back to a
Any
year in which
others
they
coming?
didn't exist at all.
12. You hear, that they are waiting for. You hear a few voices like they're waiting for a response.
And I don't intend to bother. You can become the most powerful people in the world.
I don't feel very powerful now. You haven't got a sandwich hanging around.
I want to make you an offer, Mr. Weldon. I need someone to help me expand the operation. plan the projects and research. I chose you because I was afraid that
What
you
do you
might
do
figure out
now?
the truth by yourself.
Can I come out of this
Be
cage
careful,
now?
don't touch the contracts. The field reacts with a
You
random factor for at
don't
least an
know
hour
the
after it's
language,
drawn.
so take that at disadvantage,
Roberts.
please.
Why
I
haven't
would
you been able to
appreciate
go
it.
back to the time that your father was alive and bring him back before he died?
As you try
Dead
to
tissue
parrot
can't be
and mimic their
transported.
voice.
We tried it with mice and rabbits from a laboratory in 1941, and they just disappear.
Like my hamburger.
Mr. Weldon,
14.
I assume that
Okay.
you're interested, and that we can make our
As you
plans
try
without
to mimic their
using
voice.
this revolver.
I hope so. $15,000 is a lot of
As
money.
they go.
Of course, you were able to send those other people back a lot further.
And you just go.
As far back as 1880.
How long would they be gone?
You were unsure
I mean,
if it
in
was
subjective
successful
time.
or not.
Several weeks.
But
Perhaps a month
it seems no one else
There's
is
only one
coming.
problem, Miss Roberts.
What do you do?
I'm sure we can work out any details.
Well, this one is a little hard to work out. You see, I'm hungry.
As you go over and you try to staunch the bleeding, you accidentally step on it.
In this business.
As you hear,
Because they found some old people dead of malnutrition and $30,000 or so tucked
the
away
other
in their
voices go.
pockets. They had been gone a month more, and they had to eat during that time, didn't they? When they came back, the food disappeared like my hamburger. It disappeared all at once, all over their body. In one fast jolt, they starved to death.
No, you don't understand.
What-
They just couldn't take
what
the
do you
field
do?
transition. They were
What
too
is
old,
your
some.
response
They
to
lied me
this?
about their age to get the job.
Oh, no, you can't tell me
I'm
that
loving
because I
how
know
this
hungry
adventure
I
is
am.
going.
And I
This
was
is
only
going
about 12
swimmingly.
hours.
I love this adventure.
You know, they say a hungry man gets mighty desperate. He'll do almost anything. Let go. Let go of it.
My arm.
All right. You roll the kobold. You check the kobold's body as you find 5 daggers, 2 gold, and you find a leather armor that would not fit you.
I didn't know what happened. I know she said the field worked in a random factor, whatever that meant.
But you can always wear it just in case.
Something
Keep
went
it
the
just
control
in
panel, and
case.
It turned out to be a 4-alarm fire before they got it under control. There was nothing left of the machine.
You
Wasn't much
take
left
it
of
all
Brownstone House.
as you find a little
didn't
note
believe the story
in
I
its
told
little
them.
pocket.
Be any more of
You
them?
find
No more senile
you
psychotics
find
starving to death with
a little note in its pocket. You open up and look at the scribbles. You don't understand its language,
No, I'll bet
and
you
you
won't.
put it
I'll
back.
bet you $1 there won't be another case like
The
that.
kobold's body falls into the slime, and the slime seems almost grateful for more food.
There was one more
As you see that the slime has grown quite a bit from the amount of food it has been given.
One strange thing was she was young, not more than 30. And the other was she had $17,000 stuffed in her pocketbook and a bullet wound in her arm. The medical examiner said was at least...
You are neither
2 months old.
surprised nor
guess that's what she
disturbed,
meant
as
by
this is just what slimes do. Alright, roll for distressed kobold sounds. Do this with advantage.
You have just heard X-1 presented by
Okay.
the National Broadcasting Company.
Also
in
make a hide
cooperation
check
Galaxy
with
Science
advantage,
Fiction Magazine, which this month features
as you are
This Way
expecting
to
what's
the
going to
Regrets
happen.
by Damon Knight. The
All
story of
right.
a man named Sullivan who, strangely enough, did
You
not
just
have a
yell
great
out,
future
"Brr,
ahead,
brr,"
but rather a great past.
as you
Galaxy
hear
Magazine
4
on your newsstand
footsteps,
today. In a
4
moment, tonight's
footfalls
cast and a preview of
running.
next week's exciting drama.
You hide
Farmers know they
stealthily.
can't stop storms,
No one
floods,
sees
or
you.
droughts
You
from
are a
ruining
part
crop.
of the shadows.
But they can make sure
As
things
you
like
hear
that can't ruin
hear
them
the door
by
opening,
investing in United States savings
and
bonds.
you see
Not only
4
but
little
over 40
kobolds
million
coming
Americans
in,
all sorts of
and
jobs
they
own
have
40
spears,
billions of savings
just
bonds.
looking around.
And why?
As
Because
they
savings
see
bonds are the
the
easy way to
blood on
start
the
saving
ground,
and to
they
keep
investigate and say,
The money you invest in savings bonds mean protection now and ready cash when you need it in the future. Improve your farm, sending the
as
youngsters
they
to college or
look where the body was gone, and then
These
they
are the
see
big
their
things you can
friend
be ready
slowly
for with savings
dissolving,
bonds.
and they
And
start
besides
to have a
offering with safe
panic.
investment, each Series C savings bond pays you back $4 at maturity for every 3 you invest.
Yes, you earn
as they
extra
try
dollars
to
while you
go
save,
down the
so
ladder
start saving
all
now.
at once,
For the big things in your
thinking
life,
their
ready
naked friend is
with
still alive.
United States Savings Bonds.
One stays on the ledge,
Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Old
while the
Dry
other
Witch,
two
a story from the
descend.
pages of Galaxy, written by H.L. Gold and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Jim Bowles, Jan Miner, Bill Zuckert, Guy Rep, Wendell Holmes, Ralph Camargo, and Ivor Francis. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Bob Maurer and is an NBC Radio Network
I wait.
production.
You wait. As it seems like they are now tackling the slime, but the slime seems like it's not ready or willing to get rid of its meal. As you hear the kobolds yelling out, "Mimir! Mimir!" As the third one stays up at the top, he descends as well as a fourth one, and now a fifth one has come into the room, looking down at the situation.
Your favorite tunes by Guy Lombardo, Tommy Dorsey, plus wonderful arrangements by Freddie Martin and Wayne King. It's four top bands in person, joined by sparkling personalities like Burt Parks and Johnny Mercer, your Mr. Music. Remember, July 30th for the premiere of NBC Bandstand.
You wait. All right. The kobolds are not dealing with the slime well, and the slime is eating, enjoying its meal.
3, 2,
As two more are now becoming a part of its biomass. As the other three do not descend, and they just close the door behind them. Understand? So, what do you do? As the slime seems to be heavily enjoying itself as you hear the final cries of the kobolds.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1.
As they are being dissolved and eaten alive.
The Night. The Stars Are the Sticks by Theodore Sturgeon.
You only get a as it seems the blurble sounds deeper and bigger.
They call me Karen. It isn't my real name, but it suits my job. Karen, you may remember, ferried dead souls across the river Styx of Greek mythology.
You see two pole arms that would be the size of a normal sword right next to you from the fallen kobolds. You can grab them quite easily, as it seems like the slime does not stop you at all. It seems like it knows who has been giving it food.
Yes?
Close the door a minute, will you?
But the rest, you see, you would have to get into the slime to grab the loot. And that would not be the best decision.
Approximately. And you've been helping me here in the office for almost a year and a half. Have you thought about going back to Earth?
Well, yes, I thought about it.
And?
Nah, it's fine.
I'd
Do you want to roll for that?
I just don't seem to belong there.
It's up to
Stay here
you.
and wait?
Yes.
Even though you may never
I'm
become
not gonna
certified
stop
for space?
you.
One day it will happen.
He's Sunday chilling. Time to head up. Alright, you head back up.
Well, the shuttle should be coming in soon. Maybe this trip there'll be somebody aboard for you.
You head back up, and now you are at the second floor. What do you do?
I suppose I ought to explain a little about Curbstone at this point. We're a stopping point. Well, a jumping off place would be more accurate. We get people from Earth who, for many reasons, cannot remain there. Some are antisocial, criminals of a sort. Some are misfits, individualists who cannot adjust to the rigid standardization. Some are just different, People who are physically different and who have been ostracized as a result. And a few
All right.
poets.
Roll a
Those
stealth
who
check.
have souls too big for the confines of Earth. They come to Curbstone and wait to be certified for space. And it's my job to send them out.
They're waiting.
How many
As
is
you
it?
head
2 men
out
and
the
a woman.
door, you see a little kobold
Nothing.
staring at the door pensively, as if he was told to guard it.
No.
He looks at you. You look at him. You look.
Well, I think
He looks at you. You look at him.
The way
You
he
look
looked
down
at
and
me.
see he has a knife.
Didn't think there was anything funny about me. He just looked.
There is nothing funny about you.
Oh, you're trying to be kind.
You should know me better. I'm the original Billy Goat Gruff.
Oh, I do know you better. You have a kind heart.
He looks
Enough of that.
confused.
Ask him to come in. One at a time. I watched her walk to the door, and I thought she was beautiful.
Roll
She
a
was
roll
not
a
in a way
persuasion.
acceptable to the eugenics department back on Earth. Tween was an albino. She had silver skin and hair, and ruby-colored eyes. If I hadn't been such an old fat fool.
13. All
This is
right.
the senior release officer. He'll check
The
you.
kobold thinks for a second,
Your name, please.
looks back,
Don't you know?
and then heads over
John.
and goes for the wine.
Hello, friend.
Judson, after all these years.
I understand they call you Karen.
Yes.
Good, I'll call you Karen.
Do you give
Well,
it
what
the
in the
wine?
name of misery brings you to Curbstone?
Oh, I'm a candidate.
But you, of all people, you had a good position and enough money. You didn't get into trouble, did you?
Oh, the sort.
Of what sort?
When I was your student at the university many years ago, you taught me to enjoy my individuality. I tried to teach my students the same thing. The authorities wouldn't stand for it.
I see.
So I decided to take my chances in space.
Are you aware of the risk?
Well, not fully, or I probably wouldn't be here.
Well, then let me
All right.
you with the procedure
You
here
give
on
him the
Curbstone.
wine and
Got
leave.
that window.
He seems
What do you
pretty
Looks
cool.
like a spaceship.
He gives you a thumbs up.
Exactly. That ship is aimed at
You
the
go
outer
down
galaxy.
into the abyss.
It has enough fuel to
As
reach successfully
slowly
and land.
the
Not
slime
enough to come back.
follows
I
you.
see.
The people who come here to Curbstone have to be certified before they can take off in one of those ships.
Well, how does one go about being
Blah,
certified?
blah, 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 blah,
There
blah,
are
blah.
3 requirements.
Blah,
You
blah,
must
blah,
pass
blah,
a
blah.
physical examination and a mental examination.
And the third?
You must find an agreeable partner for the trip.
A partner.
A partner of the opposite sex who is willing to share her life, or death, with you from now until eternity.
That could be rather difficult.
You go over
When the Earth authorities agreed
further
to
down
Operation Curbstone,
and down
it was decided
until
there would
you
be a
feel
method of
that lever.
colonizing the outer galaxies with Earth people. Therefore, these ships are built
What do
to
you
carry
do?
2 people.
I see. Well, suppose I choose somebody and she doesn't want me.
You wait.
You pull the lever,
Suppose, now just suppose.
and
I pass
that's
the
when you
physical
hear.
and mental test, and I even find a partner. Suppose we get into
That's
the
when
ship
you
and I'm
hear
launched into
water
space.
rushing down the
What are
cave.
chances?
Come here.
As before you know it, you are swept off your feet, and you are further,
This board shows a
further
little
down,
great ship that is
down,
unmoving
down
space.
into the water.
There, you see that one?
As
That's a couple
you
named
try to
Ford
come up for air,
Murray.
and you come up
They went out together last
one
week
at a
after the
time,
balance
just
systems.
breathing as best
As
as
long
you
as the light
can.
shows, they're
You
all
black
right.
out for only a
They haven't
minute,
been destroyed
and then
by
come to your
radiation or
senses
piled up
as
on
you are
some
further
asteroid or
in
gotten
an
into a time
open
warp.
cavern.
We know from our years of launching couples.
You swim and swim and swim. You don't black out as you find
those that
yourself
We don't
quite
know.
better than you were.
They have
All of your
equipment for
stuff is
survival,
still
of course,
on
but
you,
who knows what
and you are
some
on
strange
dry
planet.
land,
Still
or as
they go.
dry as it can
they
be
go.
in this cavern.
When do I
You
take the
see, you are in a
Well, you can
much
start tomorrow if you
larger
like. I'd like to
space,
talk over old times with you right now. but I have to
giant
check the other
and
two places I
immaculate.
came up with.
You see crystals of
Catherine,
all
would
sizes
you come in,
with
please?
giant
Assist
mushrooms.
me here. She too is waiting to find a partner for the trip.
As you look to your right,
Catherine, this
you
is
look to your
Judson.
left, you
Judson's
don't
an
see
old
your
friend.
slime
He was a student of mine
until
many years
you
ago.
hear a
Very happy to meet you.
Yes, I know you.
as
are.
emerging is a tiny
tell the others
little
to come in,
slime,
Yes, sir.
miffed and angered,
Remarkable
but still
girl.
with you.
Remarkable looking, at any rate.
Well, Tween will tell you where your quarters are. I hope we'll talk soon.
Well, I hope so. Oh, by the way, that light on the board, Fort and Mary Ellen?
What about it?
Well, it just went out.
It enjoys a hearty meal and slowly gets back its biomass.
I was happy to see Judson.
But it is not as big as it was previously.
As he left, the other two passengers came in.
As you find yourself, you see that there's light all around you from the giant mushrooms, casting it from their bioluminescence.
Her name was Flower. Her voice was like a cello, and her figure was a walking demand for the revival of the now extinct profession of...
You are in a large cavern.
Let me be honest.
You see that there is a small opening further down. You are unsure of where you are.
How long will it take us to be certified?
Well, that depends. If you pass your test, it can happen in a week.
And suppose we don't pass our tests?
They are giant
There's
mushrooms.
no limit.
They'd be good on a giant pizza.
Earth, well, is there anything to do up here? I mean, excitement.
That depends on what you consider excitement.
Anything we haven't already tried.
Your buddy is just doing fine right next to you, waiting expectantly.
Anyway, we decided to come up here because we were bored with the routine on Earth.
You're aware of the risk involved?
You mean we might not make it? Well, that's life, isn't it?
Well, for some.
It does not seem bothered, nor does it seem interested in these giant mushrooms. It seems like it just sees them as another part of the environment.
I want you to meet Flower.
How do you do?
And Wald.
Not food, then.
Is exciting already.
I mean, that is a good... Slime Buddy is a good indicator of what food is and what isn't.
Pleasure. A distinct pleasure.
You will take the expert's advice. The culinary advice of Slime Buddy.
Almost reptilian. I couldn't believe that these two would ever step into a ship and risk the trip to space. Of course, I could be wrong.
All right.
Boredom drives people to risk many things.
Your inventory is now full of mushrooms.
When it was over, I stood talking to Judson.
Of mushroom cloth.
Yes. Picked out a companion?
Yeah.
Really?
You take some of the bioluminescence and you put it on the end of your small little javelin. Or was it a polearm? I think it was a polearm. Yes, it was a polearm. And now you have a small little light. This little light of mine. Board's gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it
At
shine.
my age, I can afford to be romantic.
Now, what do you do?
Excuse me, am I interrupting?
Not at all. Judson, you know Flower.
Yes, we met on the ship coming to Curbstone.
I wondered if you were busy.
Me?
Yes.
You.
Well, not really.
Good. Then you can take me down to the recreation room for some methyl caffeine.
Well, I don't use it.
All right.
That doesn't mean you can't take
Let's
me.
go find
Well, you're
Slime
Mr.
Buddy
Wall. I mean,
some chow.
Just very good.
I guess this is your mission in life
Besides,
now,
he's
to
busy
find
right now.
Slime
He's
Buddy
being shown around the
some more
satellite
chow
base.
as you wish for him to be your eternal companion.
Coming, Judson.
And the bigger the slime are, the harder you'll be to kill.
When I saw Tween the next
Your
day,
logic is
there were
not
stars
flawed.
in her eyes.
So as you head further down,
Good morning.
I keep him happy, he keeps me safe.
You're laughing.
Am I?
So you head further down and you find yourself
Good.
in a
think it won't be
small
long now.
little cavern.
Before I'm
As you go
certified,
further, deeper still,
I've met
the
someone
glowing of your
really likes
torch
me.
helps illuminate where you're
And
going.
yes?
As you
No,
find
really.
yourself
Well, you know
kind
that
of
dark-haired young man who
in
came
a
yesterday with your friend
fairly
Jesse?
large space.
Mhm. We went down to the ship
It's
together.
small by what you
We
would
asked
call
him
a
all the
hall
questions about it,
standard,
and
but it
then we
is
started to
still
talk about
bigger
us.
than what you would
He says he's
expect.
wasted his whole life flitting from
As you
one
go
version to
further
another.
in,
Really?
Now
you
he says
hear a
he's
noise,
looking for
a
something with some
chittering,
meaning.
a chirping, and some
Didn't say
splashing and splooshing.
He doesn't see anything wrong with my being different.
I thought he was with Flower.
Oh, he says he and Flower travel together because
Up
of
further
habit.
ahead.
They're both bored and
As the
looking for
water
something.
that you had just released
someone.
seems
Well,
to
as long
have
as it
gone
makes you
down
happy.
just a bit.
He kissed me. Do you know that no man has ever kissed me like that?
You enjoyed it?
Oh, yes.
Did he say anything about going out into space with you?
All right.
He said
You
he could
hide
think of no one he'd rather
as
go
you hear a
And,
bit of
when
coughing
is he going to sign
just
the certification?
just in front
Well,
of you,
with. He felt we ought to
as
get to
it
know
seems
each other
something
better.
is looking for
while,
what
anyway.
had caused the light
He's right, don't you
previously.
think?
Yes, I think it would be better.
Karen,
Yes?
As it looks around just slightly,
I love you.
it does
very
not
much.
notice you for
Why did
now.
you say that?
Would you
Because
like
it's
to make
true,
a
I
stealth
mean-
check?
Well, there's something so kind and understanding about you.
And don't let it fool you. Underneath, I'm the same as anybody else.
No, I don't believe it. Why, they picked you for this job because you have such compassion.
10.
You could never hate.
It notices you immediately and runs
I
off.
don't know. I never have, but now I don't know.
That's because you're in love. You can't love really unless you can hate.
I don't believe that.
I just invented it to sound as if I knew the answers. Come on, I'll buy you a drink to celebrate the big event.
Yes, yes. It's all coming up, Millhouse.
I watched her sip the drink. The tones of her skin coming and going with the pulse of her blood. I thought to myself, you're going to be hurt, twin. You're going to be terribly, terribly
All right.
And I wondered if perhaps...
What would be the trap?
Well, twin, another couple out into space. Maria and Clint. Will you record it and have another ship brought up to the launcher? Tween.
What? Oh, sorry, I was thinking of something else.
Wald?
Sort of.
How long has it been now?
3 months.
Long time, huh?
Well, he wants to be sure.
And you? Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
Nothing to do but wait, then.
All right.
I have to go over to the
The
house.
slime
Will
looks
take
at you
over?
Yes.
confused, as much as a slime can, but immediately follows your
Sometime I,
direction.
too, will be speeding through
You have not
space,
steered it wrong
and
just
I'll be
yet.
a tiny light on this board.
Hello there. You mind if I come in?
Oh, not at all.
Where's Fatso?
Karen? He isn't that fat.
He's fat enough. Where is he?
He went over to the hull division.
This is a nice layout.
Did you come to see me or the layout?
You know I came to see you.
Any sound of
Matter
someone
fact,
coming?
I wanted to talk
It
to you
seems
about
that nothing is
Yeah.
coming as of yet.
Party tonight at the rec center.
Well, what about it? We're going, aren't we?
I can't make it.
Was something wrong?
I'm meeting somebody else.
You could try hiding
I
again.
see.
Oh, come on, now don't look so hurt. Flower and I have bummed around together for years.
But I thought she and Judson...
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, they spend all their time together.
Oh, you don't know Flower. She likes to experience new things. When they get to be old, she tosses them away. All except me.
And you? Do you like to experience new things and toss them away?
Look, I'm sorry, Tween, but it's just the way I am.
Like Flower.
Like Flower.
As you wait patiently.
Would you do me a favor?
Why not?
Make it a clean break. Don't try to see me
Yes.
again.
Ambush
or tell me
in
any more
confidence. As you
No, I
go a
want
little
you.
bit further, you
Okay.
hear splashing and splorshing. As you
For these
see,
3 months,
as you hear
even though
tiny
they've
little
been
feet
make-believe.
splishing
I've
and
had them.
splashing.
Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah.
It seems that
I'll see you
maybe
around.
some of those kobolds might have come further in. As you hear the telltale sign of, and then you hear a noise that you had previously thought was impossible.
And he's going back to Flower.
I know, I see
No,
him leaving.
you
What
do
do
not
I do?
recognize your wine friend.
He's the only one who ever wanted me.
No.
But you
Not the only
see
one.
that of a tiny, tiny man, almost the size of 2 feet tall, come up to these kobolds and yell at them in
How long was Wald going to
a
hang around
voice that
Curbstone
you
before he decided to go
understand.
back to Earth? I couldn't believe he'd have the guts to go out into space. But I had underestimated.
Now, you little things. You've stolen everything from me, and now you're trying to drown me
Tell me,
out.
darling, what brings you to my room at this late
How
hour?
dare
Think
you?
that you miss me? Or has little Miss Tween given you the heave?
Shut up and give me a drink. And don't act so
As you
self-righteous.
hear the
You've been
response
having
of
your fling with
the
this
kobolds
Judson
going,
My mom jealous, too. I thought you and I agreed a long time ago we'd never make any claims on each other.
That was a long time ago. Frankly, I'm getting bored with this satellite.
all right.
Let's go
The
back
conversation goes further as the little person
Going someplace
accuses them of trying to kill him with water, trying to drown him out, as he had already given them lots of jewels to keep out of his way.
If you get there, heaven only knows what kind of monsters or
The
poison
kobolds
apples
accepted,
I know. There's a certain
quite
thrill
easily,
in
in
the
fact.
risking.
Oh, and when did you start feeling poetic?
Since
As
I
it
started
seems
talking
that the
to
little
Judson.
man is using what the kobolds have been digging out
You're 100%
as a way
too
to get
selfish
further
to
and
risk
further
pretty
into
skin for
these
some poetic
catacombs.
Well, listen to me. You and I have been together for years. We're very much alike. Now I'm telling you that I intend to go
Checks
out.
out, checks out.
I want you to sign my certification and come with me.
You're mad.
No.
The kobolds seem to not understand what he's saying at all,
Out there,
almost acting dumb.
we'll have a chance to
Not
love
sure
and be decent like ordinary human
why,
beings.
or at all,
Don't you see, we've been destroying ourselves for
how the
years.
water
We're getting
came.
older now, please.
The gnome
Just try to see the
suspects
clean
them
start of a new
completely
life, huh?
of foul play, and the gnome is about to have enough of it.
He's a kind person. He doesn't think I'm a...
I'm just going to say what it is because I don't want to keep saying little man.
You killed me.
It almost
girl.
sounds insulting.
Walt, will you come with me?
No. If you want to wreck yourself, go ahead.
Yay, it's inner joke.
Thinks enough of a cheap character like
You
you
wait.
to sign a certification?
It seems the gnome runs off in a
He said he would
huff,
go out with me.
and you are
And I
very much
intend to go.
worse for wear.
I certified Judson and Flower.
You
at St.
very much know that the gnome is very perturbed and very angry at these
I was working
kobolds,
late.
as
Come
you hear
Well,
them just standing about,
I thought you
and
and
then
Judson
they
were not
too
going.
leave, and now you are
I'm
alone
not.
again.
Judson decided he didn't want me alone.
He did.
Here. He left this note for me.
All right.
The story
Toss
of
a
my
rock
life.
behind
Nice
the-
girl, but who wants to marry anybody like that?
Let's see.
Heyo, how are you, Inner Joke? How's been your stream, man?
Always look down on
Hope
me,
it's been
Judson.
good.
It doesn't sound like him.
Sounds
I'm
like every man I've ever known.
Playing an adventure game with my friend?
Walt doesn't judge me.
Except
Bored
Walt.
Birdie is playing an
Where's Judson
adventure
now?
game?
Locked in the ship. He's leaving at midnight.
3 minutes. Listen,
Yeah,
right
no,
here.
they left
Where you going?
See
immediately.
if I can reach that ship before it's too late.
Seems like they left in another cavern. Quickly. You are by yourself,
Man of my
alone.
size and age shouldn't run, especially when he has a bad valve in his heart. But I covered the distance to the takeoff ramp like a
Yeah.
rock star. As I hit the edge,
He's
of the
been playing an adventure game. I mean, he doesn't have to. He could be like, oh man, this has been really cool, you know? But I gotta go and everything. He could say that, but, you know, he's been going along with my bullshit this whole time.
There's only one way to stop a ship.
Nice.
And take me off once the
Good
combustion
job,
starts
Inner
up.
Joke.
You have to
I
get
believe in you.
and stop the chain reaction.
If you have a joke of the day, I would love to hear it.
Took a lot of beef, but I've got a lot. I looked around the control room of the ship. Judson was strapped into the pilot's chair. The controls were preset for automatic takeoff. I went over to him.
You get
Who's
slime,
that?
friend. My
His
bad.
head
We'll
cracked like an eggshell.
we'll get food soon. For both of us, I hope. Further
Sure.
along, with a little
I
less
know you
light.
can't hear me.
They must be near.
But I
You go
swear
further
to you,
along as you
I'll get the one
see
who
a
did this.
tiny door just a little bit off, and you hear the noise of clinking glasses and whatnot further beyond.
Thanks for the
You can make a
Think the life of
perception
a
check.
man whose only act against you was that he wanted to help Flower?
I can't afford to lose Flower.
Don't you think you've lost her already?
Not at all. She thinks Judson is going out into space without her.
I knew he wasn't capable
One.
of writing a note like that.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, it seems like
Judson isn't going
the
out alone.
clinking and all that, it seems like they won't notice anybody coming in. It seems like they're so preoccupied with what's going on. You'd be an idiot for not making this quick move inside.
Got it all figured out.
That's right.
Your slime friend seems just fine with whatever you're doing.
All I've got is this. Stop it! Stop it! Fat men can move amazingly fast, Walt.
What are you going to do?
Do? Nothing much. I'm just going to certify you, Walt, for a flight into space. There are things you can do to a man if you know enough physiology. Pressures on the nerve system that can immobilize him for hours. I did them to Wald. Then I set the controls of the ship again. Went
No,
out.
not that easy
Was breathing
to go
hard.
in.
Took me a long time to make it up the steps of the control tower, where Tween was waiting.
As you can't hear, you can hear that the noise is just so riveting.
And then when Wall went in...
So is this a dead end? No, there's further passage.
Sit down.
It's just that's the main thing that you've noticed.
Nothing much.
There's further passage down. Down further into the depths.
Wald decided to leave with him.
What?
That's right. He finally repented. He knew that if he stayed around, he'd just make you unhappy again. And so he asked me to stop Judson until he could join him.
You mean he did...
Any second now. There go the engines.
He had a spark of decency in him after all. I knew it.
Yes.
Oh man, it's gonna be a blast shading all of
The
this.
ship is traveling
But
now.
let us.
There they go.
All right, you keep heading in. You go forward. You march forward and you take out your torches. It seems that it's only getting darker and darker and darker still.
Her lips were cool. Then I knew that I could live with the viciousness.
As you are still sans pants. As you keep walking further and further still, your slime buddy is just kind of chilling along, just blurbling slightly here and there. It seems to be dodging all of the water as best as it can.
They forget something else.
As you go further and further down. And now that you've gotten so far down, you have hit a slight incline. I'm just drawing for a friend. It's for his podcast thing. It's for his podcast called Cavern Corner. He has a terrible like little thing for his podcast. It's the most innocuous fucking thing ever. It looks nasty and disgusting, and it's just boring as fuck. So I'm just making him a new.
A story from the pages of Galaxy, written by H.L. Gold and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy.
I'm making him a new podcast banner.
Patsy O'Shea, Dick Hamilton,
So it looks literally like a like.
Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Bob Maurer and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Well, I mean, that's not true. That's not true, Board. You do have something to barter with.
The music of Freddie Martin, live weekday morning starting Monday on NBC Radio.
That's 4 daggers that they probably didn't have. 2 javelins.
X-1, fire.
A bit of gold. You know, you never know. You got some shrooms.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales.
So it's up to you. If you want to go in, you can go in. If you want to keep going, you can keep going. I never said you couldn't. I just said that there was a steep incline, and it's very dark. So that's your choice.
Minus 1.
As the clinking and the glasses stop, as you hear one person's small little footsteps come up, as the door opens slightly. Yes? Who is it?
Ring.
How may I help you?
Money.
Baby.
Money.
Education.
Money.
Retirement.
Money.
Solution?
United States savings bonds. There's a smart couple. They're looking to the future. They know how important it is to plan for the future now.
As you see a small man emerge, his nose is ridiculously long, and his face is sunken in, as he has the tiniest of beards.
Plan wisely. Buy savings bonds regularly.
Where's the exit to this from this place?
You're saving your money and you're earning more.
What?
Series E bonds.
What do you mean, exit? Who are you? How did you get in here?
And savings bonds are as safe and sound
This is private property.
They're protected against loss or theft.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Be ready with United States savings bonds.
I have no time to dawdle with you. Get out! Get out! This is no cave. This is a long cavern, and this is connected to multiple different caverns and snake ways. So snaky and twisting ways. So if you wish to look for an exit, keep going that way. He points further down into the dark, or go that way. And then he points back to where you had just previously come from.
Hafner and Athel, a female member of our crew.
Or you can, but you are not using any of my exits.
Watch your step on the ramp, Marin. It's tilted.
That will never happen. Unless you had if you actually were supposed to be down here.
You know, I'm going
I don't just give access to anyone.
Colonization as of last night.
I understand. I'm taping this now for my records. I take full responsibility for the safety of this planet.
All right. But wait until you see this. Here we are. Now, do you see there? In the clearing beneath that tree?
Why, good Lord, they haven't a stitch of clothes on. None of them.
That's just what I told you.
Are they all right? They're not...
No, they're just asleep. You can see them breathing.
Look here, Hat. Now, who gave them permission to sleep out here in the open?
Shh, don't wake them yet. I gave them permission, Marin. They've been cooped up in that ship for over 6 months. They wanted to sleep outside. And in view of your clearance, I couldn't see any reason to refuse permission.
I know. You were within your rights, but the clothes...
Internet died. Oh, no!
When they bedded down last night,
Internet died.
Well, then what happened to them? There are 13 people sleeping around that
Lame.
naked, all of them.
Last night you told me there was nothing dangerous on Glade. Do you still think so?
I know so. I have the complete biological survey.
Does your survey account for anything like this?
You know it doesn't.
That's what I thought. Okay. Now you've seen it for yourself. Let's wake them up and get them back to the ship.
No, wait. You better wake them one at a time. This will be embarrassing enough for them as it is.
Yes, I suppose you're right. We'll wake the nearest one first.
Either way that you went,
Yes, well, here, take my jacket.
there is an exit.
Before you wake her.
You just have to keep going. That's what he
Wake
says.
up, Athel. All right, Athel, wake up.
And you can't use his personal exit either.
Oh,
That's off limits,
Sorry,
sir.
Athel, something has happened.
my clothes. My blanket, everything's gone.
Now, be careful. Don't wake the others.
Yes, the others. Why, good heavens, they're all that way.
Athel, just go back to your cabin on the ship. Everything is all right. We'll explain it to you when we have the others safely back.
Well, I feel so foolish. How could this happen? What's the meaning of it?
Now, just get back to the ship. Your clothes back there are perfectly safe.
Yes, all right. Well, thank you.
You told her we'd explain it later, Hafner. Do you think we can?
That's your job, isn't it?
This planet is as new to me as it is to you.
You're the biologist. What destroyed their clothing?
It would have to be something that could
So
destroy
that's
both
up to
blankets
you.
and clothing without waking the people.
Which is why it's
Nocturnal
safest
insects?
to the surface.
Ordinarily,
My
I'd say
apologies,
that's
good
a
sir.
distinct
You're most
possibility if it weren't for the fact
courteous.
that our surveys show
Well,
no
at least you
evidence
know.
whatsoever of any such
You know that I am
insects on
quite
board.
a courteous man. The safest way. Let me see. Let me think. It would be further up there.
As he points further into the darkness.
Now, there's not much light, but there is a way out. It is the safest way, but there is a bear headed that way.
No chance at all. I'd rule that out completely.
The kobolds will not let you leave without taking a bit of flesh, as they are quite rude and sometimes unruly. I cannot guarantee your safety with them either.
What is it?
Why, it's some kind of an animal. Just caught a glimpse through there.
There is some old dwarven mines further down, though. If you take that, you may find yourself in a better spot. But dwarves left lots and lots of traps.
I'll just ease up to him now. Closer. Closer. Now.
You got him.
Oh, well, heck, you little devil.
Watch out, Marin. He's got sharp teeth.
You're telling me. Easy there, boy. Easy. Like to have your head stroked? Sure you do. That's the boy.
He's calming down.
Yes, look at that. He's nestling in the crook of my arm, almost like a kitten.
Almost. Marin, I hope you don't mind short sleeves.
Now, what do you mean?
He's already eaten half the sleeve off your shirt. I think we found the answer to our problem.
The animal was a small furry mammal resembling an Earth-type rodent. Its overall length is 14 centimeters, weight 512 grams. Fur stringy and sparse, color a light beige, indicating no particular protective coloring. The animal was placed in a special cage in a biological laboratory aboard ship for further study. Next stage,
Alright, you head down the safest route as the gnome closes the door behind him.
Can we exterminate it?
It's quite a job.
The slime is annoyed that it did not get a meal out of this encounter, but seems just fine to follow.
And record the neural currents of the animals. They get everything that has a brain, including insects, and they take a few specimens to check the patterns. Now, here's the report on Glade. The survey shows
You
that
feed
this
him a
animal
spear.
is
He is
one
now
of only
content.
4 species of mammals on the planet. It is also the most numerous.
So if we kill
It
them
is now
all here,
content as you see the sphere slowly dissolving
Yes,
away.
that's about it. There are probably millions of them around the planet. Of course, if you want to put a barrier across the connection to the mainland, you might be able to wipe them out locally.
Look, Marin, I've got a tight schedule. I can't spare dirt-moving equipment for that. By the way...
You guys slowly make your way down, down and down and down into the darkness. The darkness slowly encroaches on you. As you go further and further down, you hear a little squeak.
A little fella that has better digestive fluids, that's all. He's eating a leather belt.
Just a
right now.
little squeak.
Are they likely to bother the crops we plant?
They shouldn't, but and I would have said the same thing about our clothing.
All right, Marin, you worry about the crops. Find some way to keep
All
them out
right.
of the fields.
It-
Meanwhile, everyone sleeps
It
inside the ship until we can build
understands your orders as best as it can.
biological examination of omnivorous
As you
posed this question.
You see in the darkness a figure looking your way and then darting away.
On all comparable
It
planets,
seems almost your size.
Nearest Earth parallel, fossil remains from the late Carboniferous show creatures like the omnivora.
But its figure is not like any man or person you've ever seen before.
Temporary warehouse, Quartermaster Crone, and myself.
There you are, Mr. Marin. You got in every seat, sack, and barrel in this part of the warehouse.
Well, what makes you think it's mice?
Look, I've worked in grain elevators for 30 years in Kansas. Look the way that sack is gnawed. And look over there. Droppings.
Well, it's not exactly...
I know, so they're mice-like.
Yes.
I want to know how to get rid of them.
Have you tried poison?
You tell me what poison to use, and I'll use it. They got into a 100-pound sack of arsenic and went through it like it was whipped cream.
Well, how did they get in? It's a fused dirt floor.
That's reassuring. I take pause and ready my shield. You ready your shield, ready for anything, as nothing comes out of the darkness.
We don't have time to build another warehouse.
Seems like you are alone, but as you look further ahead, you see the openings of a dwarven cave. It seems that the rocket is no longer randomly broken up as it naturally has been, and it seems like it has been carved out of the rock itself.
L plus 24, Hafner, Tully, and myself.
I tried it out yesterday, Mr. Hafner. I think I've got all the bugs licked now.
Tully, I don't want any more metal used than is necessary. This isn't standard authorized equipment.
You're not dealing with a standard authorized problem.
Are you ready to activate the device?
Sure thing. Here, help me get it down from this assembly bench down on the floor.
All right.
There you go, kitty.
Oh dear, traps.
Now,
Is
what do
this
you
the
think
only
of
way along the safer path? It seems like you have come into the fort, and you see that there are 3 paths ahead. One seems to be to a small guard outpost. The other 2 seem unsure, as one goes further up and one straight ahead.
All right, Tully, start it up.
The guard post does not seem friendly, though.
Have a good time.
You're unsure of why, but you feel not welcome anywhere near these ruins.
Robot cat device proved relatively
Almost like it was not made for
Rodent
you.
damage held below danger margin. Next tape, L plus 37.
11 perception. You go further in, and you hear a
I
snap.
can't salvage it, Mr. Hafner.
Further
Just
in,
look at that.
you look down, and you see that not just far ahead, it seems that bones have broken, and you are unsure of what happened beforehand. But it seems that whatever was there has died long ago. Just further ahead in the way of the long stretch.
Not closely.
Well, you'll find your mice have grown. They ganged up on that cat.
There aren't supposed to be any rats on Glade, are there?
Well, there weren't supposed
All
to be
right,
any
you
mice
take a
either.
pause. You take a
What are you
small
gonna do?
breather. Your slime seems just fine beside you.
Wait a minute.
It is trying to keep as far out of the light as possible.
The atomic generator.
Why not build more robot cats?
You weren't here when we opened the doors, Marin. A warehouse was swarming with rats. Tully, how many robot cats would we need? 5? 15?
We don't have enough parts to build more than 3.
If we need more than that, we'll have to
All
run a
right,
computer in the
you
spaceship.
take your time
That's one
at
thing I
being
refuse to
patient,
do.
and you find
The
yourself
spaceship is our only link
just
with Earth until the next wave
there
of
are
2 years.
traps
All right,
everywhere.
then I'll tell you what we'll do.
It seems that the
We'll
gnome was not kidding, that this may have been the safer path, as many of the traps have been already disarmed from natural use
It's my guess
and
that the rats
whatnot.
will turn to that for food.
But it seems like there is always
supplies, you'll
more
have to
traps
activate your
within
cold storage
dwarven
cabinet.
ruins.
Hafner, it's against regulations to
One
release
trap
any cold
seems
storage
right in
animal
front of you if you had stepped just a little bit further.
This is an emergency.
You see that you're not sure what it would have started or armed, but you are sure that if you had stepped any further,
You're recording now, aren't you?
your corpse may be next to the one right in front of
Well,
you.
the beast I've got for this job won't be any good against rats this size.
You've got
You
hormones.
breathe a bit of a sigh of relief.
Dead rats were gathered and frozen for further study.
Observe
But now
animals
you
of
are
wide
unsure of how to
variation in
get
size.
your
Internally,
new
a lack of
companion
uniformity in organs. Some
further
specimens
into
had
the
huge fangs and
further
delicate jaws.
into the
Others
ruins.
had tiny teeth and massive bone structure. Obviously, the most scrambled species ever encountered by a biologist. Reproductive cells were especially baffling.
Well, you
Proceeding
could
with hormone
examine the
treatment on cold
bones.
storage Earth animals. Next tape.
Roll to
L
examine.
plus 39. Lab technician, Athel, and myself.
13.
First one is coming out of it, Mr. Marin.
Yes, that makes
You examine the
85%
bones and
viability.
you
That's
see
not
that
bad.
they were crushed.
All right, fella.
They were crushed, and you see in one, but that's not all. You see a small arrow protruding from the head of the skeleton.
He's nearly ready for the
And you
hormone
find
boost?
that you are surprised that it's not just one skeleton, but 5.
All right, now, this is going to hurt just a little, fella.
Oh, yeah, it's a dirty trick, isn't it, jabbing you with a needle when you're fresh out of the deep freeze? But don't you worry, fella. You'll be glad you had it.
Yep.
You'll stand a better chance against those rats when we work you up to about a Great Dane size.
L plus 50. Artificially enlarged terriers loosed in the fields of the fast crops. Following tape, field observation of terriers. Executor Hafner and myself.
How long have they been at it, Marin?
Since daybreak. I have to bring the dogs in at night and shoot them full of antibiotics.
Will the dogs last?
Well, this crop will be harvested in about a week. We'll make that. And there'll be 2 weeks to rest up before the next fast crop shows above ground. I think we've got the rats licked for a while.
Well, when you get a chance, you might ask some of those PhDs in Central how they happened to hand us a survey and forgot to give us a few details like mice and rats.
I've been checking on that, Mr. Hafner. I don't think there's any doubt. When that survey was made before we landed, there weren't any mice and rats on Glade.
Then where did they come from? How did they get here?
I don't know.
All right.
But we're going to have to find out.
Make a dex check
Project on pseudomice and
to see how well you throw.
Biological Survey Officer Whitehead. Tape L plus 63 in field geological survey vehicle. Whitehead and myself.
4. It smashes into the wall right next to you, and then smashes you into the knee, hurting you slightly. Not damaging you, but it does sting a bit.
Look, first few feet down, you can find fossils. After the first few feet, that's about 20,000 years, there are no fossils until you get way down here. That's about the same as late Carboniferous on Earth. Then you get the fossils again. It doesn't figure.
But isn't that usual? Changes in geological eras?
You don't get it, man. I'm not talking about eras, I'm talking about years. Straight down from here, 20,000 years ago, this was a desert. And then 3 years later, it was a jungle. 5 years after that, there was a glacier. Earth normal would be 50,000 years or more for a change like that.
What caused it?
Yeah, you've got me. Fluctuations in the sun, I don't know.
Story of my life. All right, new plan. The body's in. I'm guessing after a few yards. Yes, they end after a few yards.
Regarding mammalian life on planet Glade. Tape L plus 65. Place temporary headquarters of Executive Hafner.
Marin, I've got a lot of work to clear up this morning.
I thought you might like to know where the mice came from.
They don't bother us anymore.
I've also determined the origin of the rats.
They're under control.
I wonder if they are, Mr. Hafner.
What do you mean?
Mr. Hafner, I've checked this with Whitehead. Between 100 million years and 20,000 years ago, this planet was changing violently and quickly. The first change wiped out the dinosaur just the way it did on Earth. But it kept on changing. Desert, glacier, jungle, and all this within the lifespan of a single animal. For 1 million years, this was the norm of existence on Glade.
I've checked geological survey. The planet is stable now.
Well, that's not what I'm getting at. The point is, survival was difficult. Only one species of mammals managed to come through.
Now, wait a minute, Marin. There are 4 species, ranging in size from a squirrel to a water buffalo.
One species. They're the same. If the food supply for the largest animal increases, some of the smaller so-called species just grow up.
So, I have slime, buddy.
Scarce in any category.
Get
The next
on
generation
my
is
shield.
apparently
Please
can be
don't
produced
consume
almost
this. This
instantly,
is my best
switches to a
pet
form which
for
does
your
have
safety.
adequate food
When he's
supply.
on, discuss
The
the
mice
road
weren't here when
past.
we got here. They were born of the
Alright.
small-sized omnivorous.
Past the
And
shield.
rats?
Past
Born
the
of
trap.
nice
Alright.
larger size.
Go
Oh,
on.
we are
Throw.
environment too, and they adapt to environment.
Let me get
Throw
this
it.
straight. The mutations.
Throw it,
on
my
Earth
friend. We'll see
Here
what
it's merely
happens.
normal
16. It slides
These animals have
perfectly, like a. It flies through the air like a frisbee. At the end, sliding just slightly as a trap goes off, but the shield glides effortlessly past it as a giant slicer comes down and tries to cut your friend in half, but misses completely. At the end of the hall, it stops as you hear a
The animals are on Earth too.
But those specimens were in cages.
Yes, but the next generation would be small enough to get out through the bars. They'll be running free in the cargo.
Your slime buddy
spaceships.
seems just
They'll
fine.
land on Earth, and the first thing you know, a new mutation of rats will appear. They won't have any reason to connect it with the specimens from Glade.
They won't be able to vermin-proof every building on Earth.
Yes.
Now, we've got to
Could have
stay
been
here.
worse.
We've got to study the animals here and find
But it
out
seems
how
one of the traps is now disabled.
Next tape, L plus 83. Place, Field Outpost. Quartermaster Crone, Hafner, and myself.
I saw it, Mr. Hafner. I saw it. Are you sure? There. Do you see that tree? No, the big one.
The white flowers?
That's the one. I saw it behind there.
Can you describe it?
Well, I didn't get a good... That's it. That's what I heard.
It sounds like a tiger. I've heard them like that in India.
You watch. Right by that tree.
Hey, look out. It's heading this way.
Give me that rifle.
Hurry up. Shoot. Try again.
Bam.
Got it. Come on.
Bam.
Come on, let's take a look.
Now look out. Might be still alive.
No, I hit it square with that second charge.
Yeah, go on, Dice. Do it. Do it to it.
What do you make of it, Marin?
Well, except for the lack of markings, it closely resembles a tiger.
Look at those claws.
We chase the rats out of the warehouse. They go
So
to the
instead
fields.
of 14,
Hunt them down in the fields with
all
dogs
right,
and they breed tigers.
you go
Easier
running.
than rats, we can shoot tigers.
Wait a minute.
You go running, and at the end of it, you slide on your knees to hopefully get by.
Tigers mature.
But you are nicked slightly as a shot of arrows come whizzing past, and you get nicked slightly on your left arm as you are huffing and puffing past the traps. You see a figure standing above you, looking at you, looking down at you, as you sit there, scared and frightened. It is a giant rat looking down at
The
you
last tiger-like animal was seen at
curiously.
L plus 130. After that, the attack ceased. By L plus 2 years, the animal seemed to have been controlled in all its forms. However, 3 months before the next colonists were due, a new animal was detected. Food was missing from the fields. Dogs were useless. The animal seemed to roam the fields, and the dogs did not attack. Patrols were unable to find the animal. Tape L plus 2 years. Hafner, Engineer Tully, and myself.
How's your wound? You're bleeding slightly.
Here's the way I'm rigging it up, Mr. Hafner.
Only
Whatever
slightly.
it is, it spotted the photoelectric cell rig. So
As you say so, the creature is no longer seems big and intimidating, as it just startles and kind of runs away and squeaks quite
Yes,
loudly.
sir. Just as soon as the alarm goes off.
L2 plus 15. Radiation alarm sounded. Place, field station, Hafner, and myself.
Look out where you're walking, Marin. We don't want to scare it away.
There are dogs in that field, aren't
Slap
there?
a scrap, clot scrap on my wound. Who want company to ambush.
Look out, give me a clear shot.
Now, wait a minute, don't you?
As you see
Marin, I
that
need
the
exit. I say it's dangerous.
as you see it run into the darkness.
Dangerous than you know.
Poison check? No, you're totally fine. You're fine. Don't worry about any poison.
You've got to listen.
Come on. Would I poison you? Would these old ancient dwarves poison you? Come on.
Really, there was another animal being formed. The one that's in that field now. It took the animal 2 years to create it. How, I don't know. A million.
Sweet. Any arrows by me? No, it seems that they're further into the place that you just came from.
We've never even been able
I
to get rid
mean,
of our own
tetanus sucks. It does. I mean, it's one of the worst
now.
diseases.
Down and give me a
You
clear
know,
shot.
I don't know why D&D doesn't have it in its lexicon. It's one of the worst.
All the two make peace, unite, and interbreed. It's not impossible. This animal could do it if interbreeding had a high survival factor. Don't you see, after the tiger...
As you look further in, you see that the creature is just standing off, staring at you, confused and concerned. Your slime buddy is still sitting in the shield, not dissolving it at all, and enjoying itself, almost like it's in a little boat
He's
ride.
holding his hands up to show us he's got no weapon. Drop your rifle.
Are you sure?
It seems to be burbling and bubbling, fun, like it is having fun.
He's coming this way.
He's got one of those white blossoms in his hand.
Yes. Must be a sign of peace.
Wait. It looks almost like a man. I wonder what's inside that body.
I wonder what's inside that head.
It burbles in excitement. As it agrees, it would like some arrows.
In cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Verbal Agreement by Arthur Selling, the story of an unsuccessful poet who was forced to ask what it was the aliens could want that was half as precious as the skins they wouldn't sell. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Student Body, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by F.L. Wallace and adapted for radio by Ernest
What do you do next? As you now have your shield, your companion, and you are further in the Dwarven ruins.
X-1 was directed by Bob Maurer and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Cavern. Yeah, that's a nice cavern. I head forward and offer a mushroom to the rat passively, but I do not let it near my hand. If it is interesting, I lightly toss it to it.
Well, that's what happens.
It is slightly interested in it. It sniffs it curiously and then starts to nibble on it.
Is very far from routine, as the interview leads to a whole succession of astonishing events. The story is The Last Martian by Frederick Brown. Next week on...
All right, you keep your eyes on the giant rat, but it seems to keep its eyes on you as well. All right, it starts eating a few of the chunks, and then it takes a few of those chunks and stuffs it into its cheeks.
You are listening to the distinctive style of Claude
It starts following you as well. It seems you have created a small party.
And there are more fine arrangements by Claude Thornhill all this week when he makes his appearance on NBC Bandstand. In addition,
As it starts following you tentatively.
Master jazzman Lionel Hampton. Join MCs Bert Parks and Dick Hames all this week on NBC Bandstand.
As you further go in and deeper,
And now
it keeps close by.
on NBC.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these are the things of party members that you don't share a language with.
2, X-1, fire.
Any food? I mean, you could make a perception check. 11. You find yourself in the middle of a small dwarven town. As best as you can tell, these were once stalls and homes for many of these dwarves. Whatever happened to them, you are not sure, but it is none of your concern. As you see, your new rat companion is going through some of these small homes, tentatively at first, and then once finding that many of them are not trapped, it goes in further and comes out with small little foods and nuggets of things, of grubs of things that have found their way in here and found home and safe times as they have before. Seems nature is trying to take it back. It offers you some of the grubs, tentatively, of course, putting them close to your feet, as you had done previously with the mushroom.
We had lunch at 21 on his expense account, and after the
your lovely little slime companion just goes over to the more decayed things and starts having its fill.
You can assure the board that we'll have a line to reckon with next season.
I'm not talking about football. There are other things at the university, I'm told.
Well, of course, of course.
Holloway, as president of the university, you've taken on a grave responsibility.
I know. I
don't mind telling you the board has been gravely concerned. The number one problem facing us is academic freedom.
It is?
You're darn tooting. We want every academic department free from debt, running in the black. Is that clear?
Academic freedom, huh? I see.
Any faculty that can't support itself by grants, bequests,
and that should be all the
contracts
lines.
is out.
All of them?
Down to the last assistant instructor. Look, Holloway, I'll put this to you straight. Most of the board was against hiring you.
It takes the mushroom, and it seems like it is enjoying itself quite happily. The slime is enjoying itself as you guys go further in and further in, as the cavern gets larger and larger, as you find that you are in a giant dwarven city. As you slowly go further in, you see almost like beams of light as you see the once entrance to the giant caves.
I started in with anthropology, astronomy, astrophysics, agriculture. Almost all the departments.
The light spilling out, hitting a lot of the darker parts.
Or from some corporation. Even the classical wing came out okay. They were being subsidized by a pride of Texas millionaires who thought it was
you go in.
Original Greek and Latin tombstones.
You go in. You check you check for loot. You find nothing, as it seems like many looters have found their way in here first before you.
When I got to sociology. Now look, Dr. Caswell, I'll be frank with you.
Ramp.
I'm paid to make sure this institution doesn't come out on the short end of the stick.
My
Well, that's a quaint expression. I got
well,
it
that's
from
fine.
Mr. Grover.
No, you can
Kidding ourselves.
you can go loot. You can have as much looting fun as you want.
Now look,
I'm never going to stop you.
Sociology sounds like socialism, and nothing can sound worse than that. Come on now.
Go have fun
What are you doing that's worth anything?
Loot Town.
And don't wrinkle your nostrils at me, Caswell. If you've allergies, take an antihistamine. If not,
As you go in, you find not
This
much.
department's analysis of institutional accretion by the use of open system mathematics
It
has
seems
been
like
recognized as an
it's been
outstanding and
picked
valuable
clean
contribution.
multiple times over.
Well, since the Depression, Washington has been using sociological studies of employment, labor, and standards of living as a
It
basis
seems
for
like
general
this is the
policy.
perfect place for your giant rat friend, who seems to be having as much trouble as grabbing grubs. Seems like it's the only thing that's left in these old dwarven ruins. That and the occasional trap, which you haven't checked for in a while. I would say checking for traps might be your best bet.
Insurance as an instrument of economic policy. Caswell knew I had him. Unless he could show me how his department could scratch a buck together, I'd have to expunge his name from the catalog and have him drummed out of the faculty club. I'll hand it to him, though. He glared from behind his pince-nez, and sliding into his lecture manner, he started.
15.
Institutions, organizations...
So, you have gone a little bit further, and now you're into the main street, which is illuminated by the light of the sun. Only the shadows of the cavern still hit many of what you can see. As it seems you are still far enough underground that it is a problem, but the giant hole to the surface is easy to see. But this is a perfect spot to lie a trap for unsuspecting adventurers. As you come into focus, you see a giant fountain in front of you, and that's when it happens. You stop your rat friend and your slime before they go any further, as they have been following you step by step. As you see right in front of you the giant carcass of a giant lizard. Not small. Giant lizard that is almost bigger than you. Dead.
A button manufacturer with a bad heart who could go any minute.
You're not sure what the trap is that as of yet, but you know there has to be a trap here.
We had lunch at the student cafeteria on my...
As you stay out in the shadows.
Ever hear of feedback effects?
With a snack.
Something to do with reducing overweight co-eds?
No, it's a mathematical term. You might call it...
You stay in the shadows.
You mean like rolling a snowball downhill?
That's right. It grows. Now here's the mathematical symbol.
Well, it's a giant skeleton. So, I mean, it's either dead or it's playing tricks. It's doing a really good job at looking dead.
Alexander, the Masons, the spread of tobacco, anything. You see, when the snowball becomes too heavy for the cohesion strength of snow, it breaks apart. Now, we've decided to run the test on an organization and make it grow.
It's only not alive. Okay, all right. If you say so now. If you say so now.
Follow the equation, you'd see I've built a pattern of a cogent reason for the ins to drag in new members from the outs, and an urgent factor to prevent anyone from resigning. That's this Greek symbol here. Kappa for compulsion.
I suggested a few changes in the organization plan, and we finally...
So, what do you do?
That was nice and simple. We put our heads closer together and tried
as you see the skeleton of the giant lizard creature.
To be statistically significant.
How about Passaic, New Jersey? My sister lives there.
Oh, let's make it Watershaw. I have some
rock throw. So you pick up a small pebble and you huck it.
An ironclad demonstration.
You hit the lizard bones and they shatter to pieces. Whatever that trap is must have been disarmed with that expert throw, of course. You look pretty pleased with yourself as the bones shatter into dust.
They always met Thursday night, except every once in a while.
As the dust slowly flows all over the sun does not hit any of this dust. Very peculiar.
The regular meeting is now called to order.
Bernice.
Just a minute, dear. Will this
Bernice.
You're out of order, dear.
It's not a regular meeting.
But of course it is. It's Thursday, isn't it?
I distinctly remember when we had that special meeting on Tuesday for Toby's baby shower. We adjourned sine or die when she started to have pain.
Oh, my goodness, it was false labor. That certainly doesn't count.
But this meeting is
all right, you head back a bit.
Oh.
All right,
Toby?
You head back a bit. How far back did you want to go?
But Bernice, like doctor said,
Readying the shield, you're going just a few yards back. You ready the shield?
It's 3 years since I dared get a dress that
You get ready?
Madam Chairman, I rise to a point of order.
Well, my goodness, Helen, you don't have to be a martyr about it.
Yeah.
That's the way the meeting of the Watershaw Sewing Circle went on. After a prolonged parliamentary battle, the point was finally carried that this was the tail end of a previously adjourned special meeting. At this point, the secretary,
in the
who had,
dust,
shorthand training,
you
read the
see
minutes.
It was moved
something
by Harriet that a vote of
slithering,
confidence be registered in the
worming
administration
its
of the
way
club's
through the
business by
dust.
Bernice. The motion was seconded by Elsie, who said she thought it was only fair because Bernice didn't even
You're
have an
unsure what it
unlimited
is,
phone. And
as
look
it
at all the calls she had
almost
to make on
seems
club business.
invisible
The
to
motion
the
was
naked
amended by
eye.
Joan to include Bernice Calloway as well as Bernice Hackett, because with two Bernices, the whole thing would be confusing, and it didn't seem fair to discriminate
Almost like it
between
is
Bernices,
looking
because Bernice
for
Calloway
prey.
didn't have an unlimited phone either, and besides,
All right?
her phone was way
You
upstairs
dagger
in the
chuck
bedroom
at
without
it.
even a hidden
Wha!
extension.
It bounces off the fountain, bounces off the stone, and stabs at nothing? You're not sure what it stabbed, but you hear a little of something getting hit. You're not sure what.
After the business meeting, brownies, sponge cake, and apricot peekaboo cookies were served with coffee. Caswell and I drew the unlimited Bernice aside.
You see, Mrs. Hackett, I've been making a few notes on a slightly modified constitution and bylaws for your organization.
You have?
You see, it all depends on having a competent and capable lady in charge.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Frankly,
I see.
Frankly, this plan would be dangerous unless there was a woman of great character elected to the post of chairlady.
Well, of course.
You see,
What
there
do you
are
do
several
next?
ways of, well, influencing an election. That's why it's important that only the right people fully understand this.
Oh, you're right. Absolutely. Why, the organization was just floundering before the last election. Now, can I see those plans, Professor? They sound like they're just what we need.
Naturally, she was hooked. As Caswell buttered her up, her eyes began to gleam, and she studied the simple little bylaws and constitution the professor had drawn up, nodding happily as the classic beauty of the scheme struck home. The meeting broke up when, after 4 brownies and a wedge of butterscotch cashew angel food surprise, Toby started to have real labor pains. We found out later it was a 9.5-pound boy. Caswell
All right.
left the meeting and stopped for a pizza and beer.
Slime Buddy pretends he's a ball as you grab a hold of him and you chuck it at whatever is in the dust, and it splats onto whatever that thing is, and it just covers it in slime, and the slime starts eating whatever the invisible thing is,
My academic reputation on it.
doing a heck of a lot of damage
We've given that sewing circle more growth drives than the Roman Empire.
as it starts to eat at whatever it is. The thing is not happy as it is being eaten and quickly devoured by the slime, as the slime just gets bigger and bigger.
Madison Avenue and 46th Street to the swing towards Democratic candidates in the Corn Belt.
It does as it is told, and is now very big slime.
Could I get an advance report on how it's coming?
Well, I haven't been following it that closely. We're supposed to let it run the full 6 months and then check.
But I'm curious. Could I get in touch with that woman? What's her name? Bernice something?
Hackett. Bernice Hackett.
Would it change the results if we checked it now?
Not in the slightest. If you want to graph the membership rise, it should be going up in a long curve, probably doubling ever so often.
Well, if it's not rising, you're fired, you know.
If it's not rising, you won't have to fire me.
Sorry,
I'll
let's go.
burn my books and shoot myself.
The rat seems perturbed and confused
Put in a call to Watershaw.
as you guys go further in, and you find yourselves with your giant slime friend just rolling around.
There was another organization, the Civic Welfare League.
Traps seem like they will not do much to your new slime buddy's size, as he kind of rolls over many of the traps, setting them off immediately. But it's okay, because he is huge and almost not affected.
Political rally going on in the main hall.
Yes, eat, eat.
Finding the little back room where the
It does so with gusto.
I figured they must be in a pretty bad way trying to hold a meeting in competition with a brawl like the one in the main room.
It seems you are going further and further. You feel like you are getting further to the entrance.
No, you don't understand.
But as you look up, you see that the entrance is a hole boring straight into the Dwarven city.
I'm looking for the meeting of the Civic Welfare League.
Well, this is it.
No, I mean the one with Mrs. Hackett, Bernice
You
Hackett.
look up and up and up as you see a stairwell going up and up and up. You're not sure how many stairs are up there, but I mean, it is a way out. Slime Buddy seems very happy to just be here. And your rat friend seems pretty scared of Slime Buddy, but sticks to you like glue for now.
I cornered Bernice Hackett at the speaker's table. She had a clear, sparkling look to her eye, and she was dressed in a trim gray suit with a towering feather on a small hat.
Understandable.
A bunch of pretty junior ushers, all with goose pimples showing above strapless formals, clustered about her. I managed to get to see
You
her
see,
in
many
the room
people
while the
will
mayor
fear
was
the
addressing
Slime Buddy, but they will not understand. Slime Buddy only wishes to dissolve what I tell it to dissolve.
Yes, BH. Send those wires out to the senator in Washington. You can tell him we want his support on the slum clearance or else check. And now let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. We started growing by amalgamating with other small charity groups. Worked much more efficiently that way.
Bernice, we're running out of membership blanks.
Call the printer. He's got instructions to keep the type standing.
Check.
Naturally, we had to change our name each time. But we've still got the same constitution and bylaws, the ones you professors worked out for us.
Then you've been growing.
Oh, dear, yes.
Bernice, what do we do
It
about
does
the town
so,
board of aldermen?
and starts to divide itself. It blurbles at this,
Oh, yes, Professor.
and many of its kind starts popping out of it, one by one. And now, you now have medium-sized creatures of 30 slime buddies, just chilling out, being slimes.
Gimmick, splitting up the profits among club members only. It was the same provision Caswell built in to split up profits from dues and fines, but now it was operating in the 100,000. I graphed the rise in membership, and it went up like the first rise in a roller coaster. I went over to Caswell's office to tell him the good news.
Naturally, I knew the equations would work.
Well, don't be so calm about it. With a demonstration like this, I can get all kinds of grants and funds for the sociology department. You'll think it's snowing money.
Well, naturally, I expected this. I haven't been following the test at all, but I was quite confident.
I don't mind admitting I wasn't. Well, that organization sure blew up. Now, let's see the formula for stopping it.
Oh, I didn't complicate the organization with negatives. I wanted it to grow. It falls apart naturally when it stops growing for more than 2 months. You remember we built in
True
the
enough.
idea that the
True
members
enough.
know what happens
As
if
the rat
membership
follows
stops
you
growing.
and your slime buddy too, you start ascending the stairs to
No,
safety.
we'll just let it play out to the end of its tether and
Da,
die.
da, 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 da.
Well, it can't grow past the
Board
female
Birdie
population of the town.
completed the
There are only so many
first
women in our show, and
dungeons.
some of them don't like
Hooray!
Sewing, Caswell.
What's the matter? Are you sick?
You haven't been following the experiment?
Board Buddy
No,
has
I
completed the
told you,
first
I haven't even
dungeons,
thought about it since we
and
started.
he
Well, they
has
wanted to expand,
found
and they
2
weren't
new
going to let sewing
friends
stand in their way.
and
They
made
went from general
quite a
charities to
few
social
more.
welfare schemes to something that's pretty close to an incorporated government.
What
They're
will
now
his
filing an
adventures
application
entail
to
next
change their
time?
name to the Civic,
Who
Pocket
knows?
and Social
But we
Dividend
will
Membership
hopefully
Combine.
find out in the next exciting, riveting adventures of Board Buddy,
Where does
the
the
Cavern
formula say
Killer.
stop?
Oh, I shouldn't worry. It stops when you run out of people to join it. After all, there are only so many people in Waukesha. It's a pretty small town.
Well, I mean, you made that decision. I was not going to make you immediately a murderer, but okay. But, yeah.
Caswell got out
You
of the
get
slide.
250 experience points,
Through the physics department's new
which
analog
means
computer to check the results.
you level up to level 1.
Well,
Well, now,
Good
this
job,
lag
Board
in continuity
Birdie.
from one nation to another,
You're
with
no
language and
longer
cultural
a
barriers, It will
scrub.
reach total world population in 12 years. About 1 week after that, various isolated pockets, Australian Bushmen, Tibetans, African Pygmies, will all be members.
You mean only 12 years?
Chaotic neutral, baby.
12 years.
The whole world?
Well, there is something to
I'm
be
a
said for a worldwide
scrub.
government. Many people are definitely in favor of it.
But under Bernice Hackett,
You are a
the
level
whole world-
1 scrub now.
The equation works.
I don't know what class you're picking, but hope it's interesting.
Well,
You
2
know,
months after the organization stops growing, it collapses. It's
I personally would pick the rogue for you, but you know, maybe Animal Tamer might be your better bet.
The equation's that far.
Look, Caswell, whatever happens, I don't want anyone to
Damn.
ever pin this on me from now on. If anyone
I
asks
picked the
me,
dumbass class. Ooh, that's an interesting class right there.
Well, that was
It has a lot of good perks, but
and I are about the only men on Earth who don't hold membership.
it has a lot of. It's like Skill Monkey, but all of your skills are stupid.
Administrator. It's a race against time now.
I know how to open a beer bottle.
Awaiting news from the first Mars Expeditionary Fleet, and as she says, if only they.
Oh yeah.
We need new members. Desperately.
I know how to fight in a bar, specifically a bar.
Heard X-1 presented by the National
I know where everything is that no one wants to know the directions to.
The Stars, My Destination, the first installment of a 4-part serial by Alfred Bester. A brilliant
I'm
novel
very
of teleportation
famous
in the world of the future.
to that one guy on the street.
On your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Snowball Effect, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Catherine MacLean and adapted for radio by Ernest
My
Cline.
goodness.
Featured in the cast were Ted Osborne,
Oh,
Wendell
goodness.
Holmes,
It's about to be
Warren
that
Barker,
time again.
Audrey Blum,
You know what
Mary
time it
Patton,
is.
Patsy O'Shea,
You know what
and
time
Peggy
it
Allenby.
is.
Your announcer, Phil Collins.
Let's
X-1
get
was
this
directed
out of the
by
fucking way.
Daniel Sutter.
This goes
and
up
is an
here.
NBC Radio Network production.
That just played me playing Rogue. Hey, it worked. Let's get this in here. Let's put these all in the folder. That's in Sketch.
The fact is, most heart
Bam.
patients can keep
Let's
on
put
working
that in
often
Sketch
at the same
folder.
job. This
Bam.
progress is the result of intensive
And-
medical research. Research which you support when you give to the
Yeah,
Heart
that's
Fund.
in Cavern
Send a
Corner.
contribution
That's
now to
going to
your
be
local
its
heart
own
association
thing
or to
because
Heart
it's not
Care
going to
Your
be
Footsteps.
affected at
When you
all
help your heart
by the
fund,
shadows
you
of the
help your
fire
heart.
or the light.
Only NBC Radio brings you the
Murder
Heart
Hobo
Story.
class.
Listen tonight.
All right. Fair enough. All
In just a
right.
moment, X-1. But first,
I could do the shading real quick.
Once again, NBC Band.
Well, it's going to take a while for the shading, but you get what I'm talking about.
Flanagan fills your weekday mornings with
It's
his
going to
wonderful
be
tunes.
a blue because of
There's no mistaking the
what's
delightful
casting
Flanagan
in
style.
there.
And then
There's going to be
Art Mooney and his
a,
orchestra
you know
are
what?
Also on hand with plenty of lively and rhythmic arrangements.
It's going to be a
The four lads
reddish.
take the Mr. Music spot this week, and Bert Parks is back as permanent MC. Hear them all on
Nice.
NBC Bandstand.
Nice.
now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast off.
Necro?
X-5.
I mean, if you want to be a necromancer, I'm down for that.
X-1.
I'm never going to stop you from picking a class. What if that was my thing? What if I literally was like, oh yeah, no. Yes, Conqueror. Conjurer. You see, I am playing the Conjurer class.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X-1.
Let's go. I'll have to do the
Tonight,
colors.
Surface Tension by James Blish.
Obviously, The Conjurer. Because Necromancer, you're specifically finding evil spirits. But Conjurer, you're finding all the spirits.
I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Time has very little significance.
Necromancers normally always have a failsafe for the stupid shit they do, and rarely ever does it come back on them unless a hero comes to stop them. So I would say the Conjurer is way more wild card than that.
Before I give you our results, let me tell you that we've been in touch with the Scientific Council of the Asian Confederation. They've verified the results.
I'm waiting, Professor.
Mr. President, the effect of this new star in our galaxy will be extremely catastrophic. At the rate it's expanding, it will cause the sun to explode.
It's not right. I mean,
that means exactly.
I mean,
the world will end in
it's literally like
incredible. Are you absolutely certain?
I guess it is. It's speciesism.
Does anyone know of this?
Well, as soon as we guessed
It's speciesism.
we classified all information. The actual final results are known only to a small group of scientists here and in the Asian Confederation.
2 weeks.
I mean, you could pick Ranger. I'm not saying no.
It'll be September 4th, 2056.
At approximately 12 noon.
Is there...
I mean, as far as I've seen, you can make Ranger very viable.
Mars, Venus.
All will be destroyed. The universe as we know it will disintegrate.
And the race
will vanish.
I've seen it.
It's impossible. Those are the facts, Mr. President. How you choose to make them public, if you do choose to make them public, is a matter of government.
Yes, of course. Has the president of the Asian Confederation
It's all good.
been notified?
He's being notified at this moment.
I intend to take the following steps, Professor. First, I'll contact the Asian Confederation. What's the name of their chief scientist?
Dr. Gorlick.
Ah, yes. I'll propose that you and Dr. Gorlick be given every resource to find a method of preserving the race. You'll be flown to their laboratories by rocket ship in an hour.
I would like to spend these remaining days with my family.
Your family can accompany you.
They'll ask questions.
They should know better by now.
You will not release the information to the public.
I would prefer to keep it a complete secret, provided the Asians agree, of course. A public announcement would only create utter panic and chaos.
One flavor? I mean, they can be one flavor. I mean, 5E has fixed a lot of that.
I wonder if perhaps religious leaders should be told.
I mean, 5E has really made them I am the law and get double XP for
10 million. There will at least
5E has fixed most of that. Paladins are no longer like law heavy. Very specifically, it's not just the god's law, it's your law kind of thing and stuff like that. And the god, it's presumed the god has given you this power because it knows you're going to do the right thing with the law.
The rest of the world knew what we too know.
I feel they should be
And it trusts you to follow your law.
We have our own world.
Do you seriously believe that we have
So there is a bit of leeway with the paladins now. It's not as bad as it was.
Anything that will preserve the race.
In that case, we have a solution.
I'll just play it. Too bad about magic and warlock casting. I'll just play it. Actor is also broken. If you're vanilla IIRC, yeah.
If you will be so good,
Actor is quite broken.
in front of you while I focus.
I mean, agreed.
Will you tell me, please, what you see there?
Actor is very broken because it's... But I mean, also, if you're playing a Kenku, you're already broken, so it's not that big of a deal.
Be good enough to describe it.
Like, if you're already doing that,
I see
you're already pretty
It's
broken.
like a section of a large swimming pool.
Like, imitating sounds is really is really broken, and nobody uses it to its full extent.
Now let me
But I think
finish
it's
the
because
magnification.
there's the campaign never really brings it to that state.
I see what looks like dogs, cats.
Oh yeah,
Cow.
Warlock Kinku. Oh man, I don't know if the racial bonuses really follow to make that perfect, but I think it would be funny.
They appear to have gill-like breathing apparatus.
Good, good.
It looks as if somehow these species have been mutated to live underwater.
Exactly.
Via Mine Road. Yeah, that'd be great.
How this is possible. It would take hundreds of generations, thousands of years possibly to effect such a change.
I would love that. That would be real funny.
Is the key, Professor. Let me ask you another question.
Yes?
Would you estimate the size of these creatures?
I would say they're normal size.
And the size of the pool, as you call it?
Yeah.
A tank of quite enormous size. I
See, this is the fun part. This is really the fun part. I get so much entertainment in this.
I've been a scientist too long to shock easily, Dr. Goldie.
Nonetheless, you will be shocked to learn that what you have just been looking into...
I'm gonna check your ass later. You better get ready. You're not coming into my mom's basement. I'm not gonna bring you Tostinos down anymore.
Those dogs and cats are microscopic?
Submicroscopic, smaller than a filterable virus.
This is incredible, Doctor.
Incredible, perhaps, but we have done it.
Oh.
We found a way to reduce the size of the original fertilized eggs through bombardment of the molecule. In this way, we can produce a full-size dog that is infinitesimal.
And you believe this will help us solve our problem?
I am convinced of it.
What do you propose?
This is our plan. We will create submicroscopic humans. At the submicroscopic level, 1,000 generations can reproduce in the equivalent of a few seconds of time. In
What's
less
up?
than an hour, we can have a species of human that is capable of living underwater.
Gill breathers?
Precisely.
And then what?
Don't you see, my friend? In a single drop of water, we can reproduce as many human beings as now live in the city of New Chicago or Trans-Europa.
But when the sun explodes in 2 weeks' time, all life, even that in a single drop of water, must perish.
That is true, Professor. But remember this. To a submicroscopic species of human, 2 weeks would be the equivalent of some 20 million years on Earth. In other words, to these human beings, starting tomorrow, the species will have...
Well, if we're gonna dork around and invest, might as well not just be me, because that's only so fun.
Almost.
What do you mean?
Like playing God.
I am not based.
What do you mean by that?
The concept of God, Professor.
1d4, Necro, Conjure Rogue, or Ranger. Let's go. Alright.
I do, Doctor.
Dork it round. Necro. Necromancer. Nice. I've got a Necromancer.
To produce the first species.
Actually, I've got 2 Necromancers. Wait a second. I have multiple different Necromancers. 90 for evil check.
Here's the tube.
Oh no. I would say you're not very evil. I would say you're just like you're an opportunist, which does not make you evil.
Control, temperature, humidity, and so on. Will you turn on the lens, please? Now, using the highest magnification...
decided very specifically to fuck those kobolds. Selfish evil.
Electron magnets.
You decided very specifically to fuck those kobolds. I don't know what they did to you.
Ready? Ready. Good. We begin the experiment.
Yes? You were like, this slime is the best, and I was like, okay. I guess slime buddy for life.
1900 hours.
Slime bro.
6 minutes. 3 seconds. Coming up on .4. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Observation. The first fertilized ovum. reduced to submicroscopic size, has begun to develop. Time, 1956, 20 seconds.
Yeah?
Coming
You
up
tried
on two.
to, and then you were like, you know what? You know what? Why don't we stop with this? This seems silly now.
Females. Time, 1956, 24. Observation. 10 generations of submicroscopic humans have been reproduced. Webbed toes and fingers and elementary gill modifications have begun in response to submersion of species in highly oxygenated vapor.
Chaotic for all the behavior. Because I don't even go after the gnome. You're just like, hey, could I ask for help? No, of course not. Okay, cool.
Species now ready for
So that means he's got some kind of pub etiquette, maybe. Yeah, I guess he does. It's like, you know what? I'm not going after him. I'm gonna leave him where he lies, and well, he gave me directions, so you know what? I won't even murder him.
It's a calculated risk. Still steady. I am about to.
I don't want to see if this gnome has anything up his sleeve. That seems like a bad idea.
Look in the microscope quickly. I can't find them. Wait me. They're alive and swimming around. How many? Thousands. We've done it, Professor. Inside that drop of water, human beings like you and me, except for their gills, are already beginning to establish a civilization that will last for them.
That just
millions
seems
of years.
silly.
And for us, 2 weeks to observe and wonder, and then
Yeah, he might just be potentially bipolar. He might just be like, whatever.
1900 hours, 56 minutes, 49 seconds.
Fuck it.
3.
I love this character you've created, Board. This is a great fucking. I would love to that would be great if that's literally what I start doing on my channel, is just like, let's pick a character. Now I put you in a situation. What do you do? Oh, okay.
Come in, Lavin. Come in.
Interesting choices you've made.
Rest yourself. Would you like some proto steak?
No, thank you.
Breath of oxygen, perhaps? 100 proof, distilled from pure upper-level water.
A breath, perhaps.
Now then, I assume that you come about the place.
Yes.
I romance the
directors of
dragon.
museum are most anxious.
I haven't completed
So perhaps
translation yet.
the flaw is that he's just straight whatever
One of them was evidently
he
lost during the
feels
final
is
battle with the
exploitative for the situation and the least damaging towards himself.
Well, first,
I
let me
mean,
warn you,
that's
these plates
fine.
were prepared thousands of generations ago. They're highly romantic. What
I
they
wish
tell us may be
I wish to sleep with the dragon.
Greatest archaeological
You
discoveries of
see,
all time.
I
Buried
wish
a
to
million
gain
years
its
in the ooze
power.
at the bottom.
Maybe if I become its lover, I can control it.
It goes, in the beginning, we were created.
Created? What an extraordinary
I'm looking for the long-term gain over here.
It goes, we were created by men who are not as we are, but who are our ancestors all the same. They were caught in some disaster, and they made us and put us here in our universe so that the race of men might live on.
Ridiculous.
Perhaps.
Well, this supposes a universe other than ours.
The theory has been advanced before.
By fools.
Fools. Look at us, Lavin. Are we really suited to this universe? Our gills, our webbed feet, these are the product of evolution and adaptation. But the shape of our bodies, the way we swim...
Well, I'll admit there's some basis for the theory, but every experiment, every attempt to prove that anything exists outside, that the surface can be pierced...
According to the plates, the surface can be pierced. Listen to this passage. There are 3 surfaces of the universe. The first is the bottom, where the water ends. The second is the thermocline, the dividing water between the bottom and the sky. The third is the surface film beyond which none can pass. And beyond the surface film, beyond the surface is the universe of the creators.
So it is very selfish, but not necessarily consistent, as it relies on his perception. That's why he did jump the gnome. He had no idea what lay behind the door. So it'll be nice unless he can snap your neck and take your shit. You know what? Are you going to be helpful, Rat?
Or
Cool.
we in theirs.
Let's go, Rat.
I intend to complete the translation of the plates. I will pursue this project for the rest of my life, if necessary.
Time, Professor?
Second day, 14 hours, 6 minutes, 10 seconds.
Observation. The plates which were inscribed with microscopic data by an earlier generation have evidently been removed by a subsequent generation. Our study shows that a highly developed civilization is now living in the drop of water. Certain water organisms have been domesticated and underwater ships have been developed.
The meeting of the council is called to order. Gentlemen, you all know the topic. Our speaker will be Shar.
Gentlemen, some 28 time units ago, when I was a much younger man, I was given the privilege of translating some metal plates found buried in the
I'm a
bottom.
leader,
As all of you know, I've devoted
but
much of
I'm
my
bargaining
life
with
to
shit.
convincing the world that travel through the surface
Paragotov.
but necessary to survive.
So he's paranoid?
Finally, the council has
I'd
seen
say
fit
as
to
well,
grant my request for a
premature
special
betrayals,
ship to accomplish
perhaps
this task.
sentimentally?
I'm deeply grateful. And I would like to request my friend
What
Lavin
shall I
as
go
head
for
engineer
here?
this
Dice time.
Permission is
Dice
granted. We wish you luck. The whole of our world will be following your expedition.
What's happening, Dr. Gorlick?
From what I
He's
can
totally
detect, the
responsible
Gilders are preparing for the equivalent
for
of space
betraying
travel.
someone in
A
paranoid.
large cylindrical ship is being built.
What method of power are they using?
I can barely detect it through the microscope, but my guess would be that they will use some form of living creatures to power the vessel.
That's a trap prerogative then. Noise. Noise.
Shar to leader. Shar to leader.
Leader, go ahead, Shar.
The ship is ready to take off for the upper levels, leader.
Water sealed in.
All tight.
Tom's ready to move.
Tom's ready.
We'll give you an escort of paramecium ships as far as the upper level. After that, you'll be on your own.
Very good. Whenever you give the signal, Captain, Lavin can order the diatoms to proceed.
The sandbar is clear for the initial climb. Your course is straight up the stem of water plant 6. Diatoms ready?
Diatom's ready, sir.
Cilia in motion?
Cilia in motion.
But
Circulators on.
Circulators on.
he can't be sweet. He's got a friend somewhere that he's treated very well. Oh, okay.
Diatom's in motion. Full speed ahead.
Good luck.
Well, Shar, this is the beginning of your dream.
If the ship holds.
We've utilized every engineering principle known to man. Double construction of the toughest water lily, 2,000 living diatoms for power, 20 million cilia.
I'm not worried about the power. I'm worried about the temperature and the impact when we reach the surface film.
What's our speed?
20,000 knots.
Well, we've reached water plant 6. Now for the climb up the stem to the surface. Overseer.
Overseer.
Request more mucus from diatoms. Proceed with climb up stalk 6.
Yes, sir.
If the diatoms can hold the stalk, the reduced pressure of the surface will have hurdled the first barrier.
We're at pressure 6 now, almost at the upper level.
Captain.
Yes?
We've lost 27 diatoms. Ciliary detachment.
Not serious. We have the vorti to fall back on. Proceed.
Yes, sir.
What's our pressure?
3 coming into 2 now.
We're already closer to the surface film than man has ever gone.
Our unmanned test ships went through.
Unmanned test ships are a different story, Lavin. Besides, if we do get through to the other side, our problems may just be starting.
Oh, we're entering pressure 1 zone.
Yeah. We're getting too much oxygen in the water.
Engineer, switch to internal water supply for breathing.
Lavin,
what is it?
The scopes, look.
Came from a rich family,
Yes, I can see it.
but no living
I can see the
parents.
surface
Fortune 900 check.
boulders
Lol.
and asteroids
That
being
one,
hurled
he
at
is
ground like
not
a
the
rocket.
inheritor.
Tremendous boiling mass of
That's
mud
why he
and stone.
became a
It's too late to
necromancer
turn
in the
back.
first place.
We'll go through the film.
How dare they?
Die knowing we tried.
Very well.
I needed that money
Overseer.
for things.
Diatoms, full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
You get nothing. Good days.
We're in the film, Shar.
Pressure on the ship is increasing.
Overseer, more oxygen for the diatoms.
Captain, the diatoms are dying.
More oxygen. Keep moving. We're almost through. Char, use the auxiliary vorti. Maybe the motion of their cilia and the thrust of the water.
Over's here. Bring up the vorti. Full speed ahead.
We're moving. We're making headway.
I have to say, I love this character. They seem pretty great. They seem pretty great, Board.
Look, Char.
For an offhanded fucking joke, this is one of the best. Now we just need to name this asshole.
Look above us, Lavin. Space as far as one can see. And a single huge sun like a great eye looking down.
I would tentatively say human.
Boulders, that molten rock.
But, I mean, it's up to you, man.
When they made the plates, Lavin. The universe does exist beyond the surface.
Yes, but where are your creators, Char? Certainly they were a romantic notion.
I believe they exist, Lavin.
Char.
Captain, the diatoms are dying. There's not enough oxygen in the water cases.
What's the atmosphere like?
Almost 30% oxygen, completely unbreathable.
We'll have to try to get back into the surface film to restore life to the diatoms. Overseer, get the diatoms out of their shells. Full reverse speed down the stalk. We're going under again.
Yes, sir. I'll try.
If you want him human, he can be human. No, it's up to you, man. I was just saying that because I was just kind of like, Bored Birdie is now in there. And it was very silly. But if you want him to make him a real character, go on.
Think of what it means to mankind to know that the
With his slime buddy and giant rat.
We're finished. I must be away. Why don't you pray to your creators now? Perhaps they'll help you. And that's for me. I'm resigned.
All right.
I cannot share your bitterness, Lavin.
We have enough water for perhaps 2 minutes breathing, Char. There are no miracles and no creators. You'd better prepare to die.
I am as ready as you, Lavin.
Captain, we're strangling.
Well, Char, why don't you pray to the creators? Better still, let me. I have a louder voice. Hey, creators! You all-powerful ones who made us, can you hear me? This is Captain Lavin of the first ship to breach the surface. We need your help. Can you hear me? We need your help.
It'll be the character, but he's not a commoner anymore. He's a real corpse adventurer.
From this trial, not for ourselves.
He was a nobody and now he's a somebody.
Well, Doctor, the ship has emerged from the film and is lying on the surface. There is no movement now.
Probably strangling from lack of water.
Very likely.
What are you going to do?
It's a pity they can't get back again. Eventually, they may have to learn to live on the surface when the temperature changes.
Why not help them? You've played God before.
Why not, indeed? Switch on the electron magnet.
Ready.
Now then, if I can just breach the surface tension near them, they'll be sucked under again, as in a whirlpool. If they survive...
You've got to hurry.
Here goes.
Can't live much longer, Char.
No. It's getting... What's that?
I don't know.
We're moving.
Downward.
Lavin, it's a vortex. A vortex is opening through the surface.
One way or another, we'll die. The ship can't take the stress.
We're dropping.
Char!
I got tiefling from the role, but human is fine. Your call. If you got tiefling, you got tiefling.
The water is circulating again.
It's too much to believe, Char. It's like
a miracle.
You got... I'm sorry, you got tiefling.
A miracle.
I'm sorry, sir. It's a tiefling.
Well, Doctor, they've gotten through. The ship is floating down toward the bottom now.
I wonder what they thought at the moment they were saved. Must have seemed to them as if the hand of God reached out to help them.
Very likely.
Do you suppose they prayed?
To whom would they pray?
I don't know. Perhaps to us? To the creators?
It is not inconceivable. If only the human race, as we know it, had creators who could reach down and save us from destruction.
How do you know we don't?
Professor,
wait, is that what happened in Germany? Was it just Ranger? Wow. Wow.
A molecule of our flesh would be like...
Wow.
Yet we exist.
Darn.
We cannot hear their individual voices, perhaps, but we are capable of intervention of a sort. Is it not conceivable that our own plight might not be seen and recognized? What else is there at this time but to admit our inadequacy and to cast off this arrogance that gives us bitter pride instead of humility?
Where are you going, Professor?
Pray, Doctor. There isn't much time.
5 Necro is warlock or sorcerer or wizard, right?
I will come with you.
So 5e necromancer is actually is kind of like a wizard and a sorcerer. Yeah, duck go it. Duck go it.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Jackpot by Clifford D. Simak. After years of searching, they had discovered the richest strike in the whole galaxy. But what in the name of space was it? Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Surface Tension, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by James Blish and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Rooten, Danny Acco, Lawson Zerby, Larry Haynes, Mason Adams, James Stevens, and Robert Hastings. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Scott Buckley and is an NBC Radio Network production.
In just a moment, X-1. But first...
There it is again. Say it with music. Your invitation to 2 full hours of the best live music weekday mornings on NBC Bandstand. This week, Ralph Flanagan's group, plus Russ Morgan and his orchestra, bring you mellow and relaxing tunes. But don't get too relaxed, because the 4 lads are back again as Messrs. Music. And Bert Parks, your bandstand MC, keeps you smiling between numbers. It's a great show live all this week on NBC Bandstand.
And now, stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
Cleric for easy route or druid for hard route. I mean, druid revolves around mushrooms. So, I mean, it's up to you.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
Druid Necro via Spores. Sporesman. Dr. Spores, man.
Tonight, a story by Frederick Pohl, Tunnel Under the World.
That's why he didn't get any money, is because he was actually a dame.
It was more real than any dream he'd ever had.
He didn't get any of his parents' money because he was a demon.
That searing wave of heat. He sat up.
Mary, where are you?
Guys, what's wrong? You're trembling.
Where were you?
That's his skills.
What is it?
A dream, I guess.
Or someone tried to get rid of him,
Explosion.
and that's all that it's there.
That's the dream I had.
What?
I dreamed there was a big explosion, and then something sort of hit me on the head.
Holy smokes. Maybe there really was some sort of explosion, and it started us dreaming.
Well, there'll be an explosion down at your office if you don't hurry and get to work.
What kind of asshat? was he before that got him there? Exactly. That's what we need to figure out.
The only thing that
What was I before?
Crowd was on the bus. He was a little relieved when he did see his old pal, Henry Swanson.
Excuse me.
Henry.
You pardon me, sir, please.
Henry, what's the matter with you? It's me, Guy Burkhardt.
Burkhardt? Sorry, I don't believe we've met.
What? Henry, for Pete's sake, it's me.
If you'll excuse me, this is my stop.
Well, how do you like that?
Guy Burkhardt got off in front of the gigantic Controchemical building and took the elevator to the 98th floor, where he had worked in the accounting department for 12 years. It wasn't until he was almost at his floor that he realized the speaker wasn't playing the usual commercials.
Are you happy with your present home freezer? Of course not. Well, the answer to your problem is a Feckle freezer. Feckle freezers are better freezers. Most wives would do anything for a Feckle freezer. Are you
Smuggler? How did he get there? He's a smuggler. You sure that was his shirt he was using for inventory? I mean,
Good morning, Mr. Burkhardt.
New hairdo.
he just woke up
Oh, yeah.
in this fucking cave with
That
nothing.
makes a lot of difference in your appearance. Is Mr. Barth in?
Why, no, sir. He had an appointment with Mr. Dorchin at the advertising agency.
Today? But today's the 15th of June. He has to sign the quarterly statement.
He said he wouldn't be in.
That's mighty peculiar.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, Miss Horn, what the devil is a Feckle freezer?
A Feckle freezer?
There's some new copy on the elevator commercial. Dorchin must have landed another account. Feckle freezers.
I really don't know, Mr. Burkhardt.
It's a funny day. Can't quite put my finger on it. There's something strange going on.
He couldn't shake the thought out of his mind. It persisted all through the day and through dinner. He was still brooding as he and Mary got ready for bed.
I guess I'll get a good night's sleep. Coming?
I think I'll sit up and read for a while.
All right, dear. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Any you prefer? Point by just to make it easier.
Into a sudden, deep sleep.
Just to make it all easier. Just use a point by.
Darling, what is it? What's wrong?
Yeah. Point by is just easier.
A bad dream, I guess.
You gave me such a shock.
I seem to be having a lot of nightmares lately.
Really?
Yes. The one I had yesterday. This was the same. A big explosion and then nothing.
You had a dream yesterday?
Of course I did. You had the same sort of dream.
I? Oh, Guy, you're mistaken. I don't remember dreaming.
Mary, you told me.
Guy, you're mistaken.
But, Mary...
Maybe you dreamed I had a dream. Maybe...
Yes. I might have done that, I suppose. Everything did seem sort of strange yesterday.
That's probably it. You'd better get dressed, dear. Today's the 15th, and that's when the quarterly statement...
15th?
Yes.
Well, then, there must have been a dream.
Oh, no.
Because yesterday was the 15th.
Guy Burkhardt got up, dressed, ate breakfast, and took the usual bus to work. Once again, everything seemed even brighter and newer than usual. Once again, he was puzzled when he noticed none of the old crowd on the bus.
Pardon me, please.
Look, don't shout so. Oh, Henry, good morning.
Morning.
Don't you recognize your neighbors?
I don't believe we've met.
Henry, it's me, Guy Burkhardt. What's going on?
I'm sure I don't know, sir. For God's sake, don't talk to me.
What is it? Reading fault or something?
Don't you know? I was sure you remembered.
Remembered what?
Sheer focus and determination.
This is my stuff, so will you please excuse me?
Henry! Henry, for Pete's sake!
As in yesterday's dream, Guy Burkhardt...
That or your microphone is off.
The elevator to the 98th floor.
Oh, no.
The speaker in the elevator purred a new commercial this time.
My web browser radio muted you. No! Oh. No, you must hear everything I say. The video keeps refreshing. Oh no. It's okay. Right?
Down the marble corridor to his
It's
office.
gonna be okay, man.
Good morning, Mr. Burkhardt.
I just appreciate you being here.
Do you like my new hairdo?
Point by. Go with
Yes.
point by.
Is Mr. Barth in?
No, sir.
Point by
He had
because
an
you're a cheap
appointment with
bitch.
Mr.
It's
Dawson.
very easy.
I know.
You know.
I guessed it anyway. And today's the 15th of June, and he won't be here to sign the quarterly statement. And I'm going nuts. Let me have a cigarette, will you?
Yes, sir. Try one of these. They're Marlin.
I never heard of Marlins before today.
I know you can roll.
A bunch of
I know
guinea
you
pigs
can
for
roll.
Dawson's
I
new
would rather
advertising
you
accounts?
not. Because point by. Because you can roll something way too amazing. Yeah, exactly. You were just rolling, but now you'll have skill modifiers. You're a real character now, Board. You're a real boy now.
Stop playing games. Yesterday,
You're like,
when I
oh,
was
good.
dreaming,
Oh, yes,
you
thank
snubbed me on the bus. Today, the same thing happens.
Thank heavens. I thought so when I saw you, but I couldn't be sure.
What is it you want?
Listen, tomorrow morning, when I get off
I can also roll roll hell.
they may be watching.
Who may be watching? Swanson.
I mean, I'm not fucking rolling.
You brought this, Mr. Burkhardt?
Yes, I'm still out of cigarettes. Would you...
So,
buy me a
point
pack
by.
of them?
Yeah, so point by. That's why I was saying that.
That soft, creamy smoke that's so
But
soothing.
you wanted to be different. But I can just roll. Yeah, uh-huh. Okay.
I've gotten to know
All right.
you pretty well, and
You can roll.
I've grown to admire you so much.
I see.
Yeah, exactly. You think you're a funny man, eh? Well, why don't you just go with what you got so far?
Comfort you. I
No.
know how troubled
You've never mentioned your feelings, Miss Horn.
you've been. April. My first name is April.
That's a pretty name.
You see,
I love
I don't
that,
have your that's why when I see you smoking Kelvin,
oh,
and
yeah,
I know
nice.
Marlins are so much
I
better.
love, there was this whole thing of like, oh man, I wanted to play a commoner,
Why not?
and someone made a whole commoner class, and I'm like, nice.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhardt.
No one's gonna play that. That shit's the most annoying goddamn thing ever. Because it's a lot of levels to become a hero, and it's not worth it. Like, just play a PC class and be done with it.
Miss Horn. These new products, the dream. Guy Burkhardt went home that night feeling like a man in a nightmare.
That you, dear?
Me.
Have a good day.
Fair.
Oh, before you sit down, would you go down the cellar and put in a new fuse? The switch in the hall closet blew out. I shut it off.
RuneScape. RuneScape is... I have never played that game, so I can't say either way for RuneScape. But I do know that there is a concept of playing as a commoner and then you running around with the heroes. And it's really funny where there's literally a commoner class where literally its prestige is literally becoming a normal fucking hero.
Look.
Like, that's its prestige. I've gotten level 99, 69 and all free skills because I'm a horse's ass.
Well?
Oh my goodness.
There's a thin layer of
Nice.
cement underneath its metal. Look here.
Your big old horse's
More
ass.
metal. There. And here, on the wall. Metal. Metal under the floor.
Oh
behind the
yeah,
wall.
Ragnarok Online has Super Novice. Jesus.
I know this sounds crazy, but somebody, for reasons
I can't begin to guess, has taken this house and replaced it with a clever imitation.
Guy.
I know it sounds insane, but take a look. That bracing on the beams. That isn't the bracing that was always there.
Oh, you're imagining.
I am not imagining. Mary,
Your dinner will be ready.
save it for me. There are a couple of things I have to figure out.
The following morning, Guy Burkhart woke up, screaming. He dragged himself into the kitchen where his wife Mary was preparing breakfast and discovered it was still June 15th.
Mary, listen.
Guy, what is it? You're trembling.
Mary, the dream.
Dream?
About the explosion. The same one we've been having.
We? I didn't dream about any explosion.
You did. Why are you covering up?
Covering up, Guy, what's happened to you?
It happened. It happened.
What?
Where's the morning paper? Where is it?
Outside the door, I guess.
June 15th.
You better hurry. Today's the day Mr. Barth fills out the quarterly tax return.
No, it isn't.
What?
He won't be there. He'll be at a meeting with the head of the advertising agency.
Mr. Dorchin?
He'll be there, and Miss Horn will have a new hairdo. The elevator will be selling some new product. And Swanson.
What about Swanson?
Swanson. I wonder if it's going to be the same today or whether...
Guy, what in the world are you talking about?
Nothing. Where's my coat?
You haven't had breakfast.
I don't want to miss my bus. I'll see you tonight.
Guy Burkhart got on his bus. There were the same unfamiliar faces, the same unusually new-looking buildings, the same unusually bright sunshine, and Henry Swanson, pale and furtive.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
You're quite all right.
Do you remember the phone call?
Yes.
Oh, thank heaven. Get off at the next corner and follow me.
Where are you going?
There's an excavation for a building about a block down. But make sure you aren't following.
I am getting very tired. Yes! Please do. Please post your whole character sheet there. I would love to see it.
Burkhart, here behind the fence.
I mean,
Now,
you
Henry,
could just...
What's this all about?
But it's already there. I mean, you could just add me on Discord. It's not that big of a deal.
Just who are they?
But I wanted to show our shenanigans to everyone because it's really funny that a one-off joke became a lot bigger.
Start from the beginning, Henry. What's going on?
I was actually looking at some of those streamer games that a lot of people have, and that would be fun. Have a few streamer game, a streamer game going or whatever.
The date. Today
Give people quests in the middle of the stream and stuff like that. That'd be fun.
It's always June 15th, and you and I are the only ones who know.
Rip a goat if you get, if I get a lot of viewers and like every single one of them wants to do that, it's like, oh god.
My wife Mary doesn't remember.
They're like, I want to play a miniature D&D game in your here. That would be fun.
The rays or whatever they used.
And I'm like, I'm gonna die. They're killing me. Bored, they're killing me.
Down in the cellar, under that boat I'm building.
And I was in my dark room developing some pictures.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. Russians, Martians. What makes you think so?
I've seen them.
Where?
At the end of the tunnel.
What tunnel?
The one that they built under Tyler Town.
A tunnel under Tyler Town?
Yes,
Come on.
right. It's made out of copper or some alloy.
Wait a minute. I found a copper layer under my cellar floor last night.
Yes, so did I. That's how I discovered it. I found a way to get in, too. It's at the bottom of this excavation.
Holy mackerel. Why don't we...
But like one of those streamer games, you've seen them.
Police may be Martians in disguise.
Have you seen some of those streamer games where they're kind of enjoyable? I would love... That would be fun if like it actually had like people going on little quests or something like that. That would be fun.
Henry Swanson led Guy Burkhart to a small hole in the side of the excavation. There he removed a cut-out piece of metallic substance, and they crawled into a dimly lighted tunnel. They walked for what seemed like 2 miles, until Swanson held his finger to his lips.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
You've got to be quiet now.
I've seen Cat Von do it and stuff like that.
You've got a tunnel right under the whole town.
I can only support so many views at one
There's a
time.
room a little further down. We'll be able to look through a glass in the door.
Is it safe?
It's perfectly safe, unless one of them comes along. That's mine. Here,
I don't know what you mean by
look
that.
through this glass.
I'm very confused.
Now, just so I know I'm not completely innocent, tell me what you see.
Oh,
Lord. Well, a tremendous
oh,
panel.
fuck.
Dozens of telescreens.
But I got done with the line art. God damn it.
They seem to be computers.
It's coming together.
I've watched them.
It's coming together,
They're
and
evaluating data from the screens.
next stream I gotta do the colors and shit like
Each
that.
of them has a part of a human mind. Remember that. That's against the law, transferring
Oh, god damn
a
it.
human brain to a robot. God, whoever is conducting this
I got a shitty laptop, a mobile phone, and an electric bill to consider. The more tabs I open and the more people I listen to, the more I'm gonna bone myself. Ah, I got you, got
There
you.
might be a warning circuit somewhere. If we knew what those robots were working on, we could go to the
Oh,
authorities.
goodness. Let me save.
I'll risk it if you will. It's worth a chance.
The tri-eyed skull, I think, would have a bit of lighting on the road below it. Yeah, it would. Yes, it would have. It'd have a light bit right here because the light is coming down under it.
Don't worry.
You're right. You're right.
Listen to this. Tests in the 47K12 group with Marlin cigarettes.
Average HP. You can roll it off if you want, but I've always said at level 1 you get all of your HP and then you roll off. That's what I've always done.
The direct elevator pitch pulled only
Saves everybody the fucking hassle. Because level 1, you're begging for HP. You don't need to be rolling off it. I think it's such a shit ass move to be like, yeah, you need to roll off on your HP at level 1. It's like, what? No, you need all of your HP at level 1.
Do you know who's behind this? Martians.
Yeah.
Martians.
Max and roll.
Advertising.
Yeah.
What? I don't know who they are or how they've done
Level
it,
1, you take the
but
max,
somehow they've taken
and you
Chinatown
roll your
over.
Constitution.
They've got you and me and 30,000 others right
You
under
roll
the
your
thumb.
Constitution modifier,
Hypnosis.
and then you get that, because I promise you,
However they do it, what happens is that they let us live through a single day.
Now,
During that day,
yeah, I promise you that you're not going, if you do that, you're not going to be doing anything over your level. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm good, I'm so powerful. The player characters are so powerful. No, they really aren't. They're going to strong wind. They'll fall over. They'll crumple like a piece of paper every time.
Do you know what that means? Suppose one man learned how to influence people 100%. In a year, he could sell us anything from freezers to political candidates. Now, wait a minute. We're guinea pigs, Henry. This whole community is one big test tube for propaganda research. What do we do? Somehow, we get out of this.
Where's the
town
pig
and
I
get
can
to the
stab?
FBI.
I need more.
That's worth a try.
I need more. I'm 100% an eco-terrorist.
Behind the circuit box.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You're like, slime buddy, go! I'm playing Monster Rancher over. You're over there playing Monster Rancher. It's like, it's no longer D&D, it's just Monster Rancher.
Come out. We know you're in this room. Miss Horn has informed us that
Be
you
right
remember.
back. Gotcha.
I must
Fucking
warn you,
Christ.
it's useless to buck us. Come out
I'm getting
peacefully
very
and let our
sleepy.
maintenance crew adjust you properly, so you don't remember from one experiment to the next. It'll be quite painless. If you don't come out peacefully, we'll have to get you.
Henry, take this wrench. When I give the word, jump him.
He may be armed.
We've nothing to lose.
Very well. I'm coming after you.
No! Burkhardt, I've killed him.
Wait, get his coat unbuttoned. Maybe his heart is still beating. Henry.
What is it? What's wrong?
Look, underneath his coat.
Oh, heaven help us.
It's a robot. A humanoid robot. Designed to look like Dorchin.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Wait.
What's that?
Loudspeaker.
I told you it was useless, gentlemen.
Who are you?
Mr. Dorchin, naturally. The real Mr. Dorchin.
What are you trying to do to us?
Merely trying to prevent you from damaging my experiment, gentlemen.
You can't get away with this, Dorchin. Sooner or later, somebody, the FBI or somebody, is going to get wind of this madness.
Oh, now really, Burkhardt, you're quite naive. Now, why don't you be reasonable and let the maintenance crew adjust you?
If I refuse...
Let's see who's
I suppose
on.
you'll kill me.
Let's see who's on.
Oh?
You see, Burkhardt,
Dazed
you're
Eyes.
already dead.
Mm.
You're shocked. It's quite true.
Dazed Eyes it
You
is
and everyone
then.
else in this town were killed by premature atomic blast at the Control Chemical Plant. The blast occurred at 7 a.m. on June 15th. That's the last thing imprinted on your mind. That's why you wake up screaming each morning.
It isn't true.
Oh, but it is. What I and my associates did was take the brain circuits from your dead bodies. We stored them in electrochemical batteries until we had a chance to rebuild the cities and begin our tests.
Do you think I believe a fantastic tale like that?
I imagine you find it incredible. Of course, we didn't rebuild everything exactly. After all, it only has to last for a single day. June 15th. At midnight, we turn off the power and wash out the memory of the day.
Back temporarily. Mrs. is back. Alright, well, don't you worry.
Burkhardt, it's no use. We're trapped.
I'm about to head on out. You guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. You guys are stupendous.
Keep going.
Yeah. You did. Well, you guys have an amazing one. I'm getting sleepy. And I will see you guys in the next one.
Burkhardt, it's no use.
Bye-bye.
You go ahead.
I'm finished. Look, we're almost at the end of the tunnel. I can see a door. Here, I'll help you.
I can't.
Just a little further.
And goodbye.
Now,